Chapter 34:15. When he finished organizing the books, Tuo Lin dragged out a statue from the house and carried it on his back. He smiled at Hui Can. "Let's go." Hui Can was stunned. "Senior, this is Master's statue? Where did you steal it?" Tuo Lin's expression changed. "Don't be rude. I carved this for Master. Carrying Master's statue on my back is a sign of respect and sincerity." Hui Can was speechless. He felt that Tuo Lin's brain was damaged. Imagine traveling with Tuo Lin with a statue on his back. He would be surrounded wherever he went. Although Master's prestige was at its peak and countless people worshipped him, it shouldn't be like this. He smiled. "Senior, I've thought about it. Why don't we travel separately?" Tuo Lin was puzzled. "Junior, what are you worried about?" "No, it's just that I'm good at fighting while you're good at reading. Our goals are different, so the journey will definitely be different," Hui Can hurriedly said. Tuo Lin thought about it seriously. "That's true. Right, take care. Senior too. Take care." Hui Can hurriedly ran away as if he had been pardoned. After Hui Can left, Tuo Lin said, "Junior definitely has his strengths. It's just that you don't see them. Only Master can." "See, let's go." "Where do you think we should go?" "The Endless Battlefield? Are you familiar with that place?" "Oh, alright, then let's go to the Endless Battlefield." "Why did you say, again?" Ever since the Dimensional Master's death, Ultra Space had become a vassal of the sect above heaven. However, not long after, Lu Yin's sect above heaven dominated the Heaven's Origin universe. Not just Ultra Space but the entire Six Direction Association was also a vassal. Iran sat on the stairs. It was a familiar position and a familiar starry sky. She looked into the distance. So many things had happened in just a few decades. The Ultra Space had become so unfamiliar. At that time, the Dimensional Master was in charge while she and Bai Qian competed. The powers below were intertwined, but everything had changed because of Lu Yin. The Ultra Space of today was much stronger than before. Although it had lost its Dimensional Master, it was still connected to the Origin Space. It was equivalent to being protected by the sect above heaven. The black energy source users had not decreased. Lu Yin had taken away more than 100 black energy sources created in the Mirage domain. As for the original black energy sources in the Ultra Space, they were all left. Wu Zhang's departure represented a great war in the universe. No one knew how long this war would last and where it would lead to in the future. The universe was vast and endless. How many enemies would mankind face? "Congratulations, you are once again in control of hyperspace." A cold voice sounded. Hiran looked over and was surprised. Bai Qian. Wu Zhang's departure also took away countless thoughts. Long she held the silver spear in her hand and pointed it at Jialongjula. Jialongjula frowned. "You can't even hold the spear properly because of love." "I'm sorry, Master." "Wu Jiang, this battle might not be the end." "Perhaps it is. Hold the spear, you'll have to walk onto the battlefield in the future. Even if Lu Yin dies, you have to go with him. At least go with dignity." "I understand, Master." In reincarnation spacetime, Wendy Yushan stared at the starry sky in a daze. How long had it been since she last saw Lu Yin? It wasn't that they couldn't see each other, but rather that there was no need to. This person stood too high, too far, and too fast. She couldn't keep up with him, and she didn't want to be a burden. She clearly had a progenitor as her master, but compared to Lu Yin, she could only be considered an ordinary person. But one day she would reach that height. There was definitely a place for her on the stairway to heaven. Zhou Hao raised his wine flask. "Have a safe journey, Wu Jiang." Mira, Zhua Day Knight, Madame Naylan, Zhou Xian, Ku Wei and many others who had interacted with Lu Yin gradually learned of this matter and sent him off. On Night King Planet, a figure slowly walked. Ever since the Day Knight clan had been defeated by Lu Yin, the Night King bloodline had been reduced to prisoners under the cage technique and had been unable to recover. Night King Planet had become the place where many people had witnessed Lu Yin's rise. This place had once attracted countless people, who had watched every inch of Lu Yin's battles and sighed in amazement. But now there were gradually fewer people. After all, this was only the place where Lu Yin had fought in his early days. Back then Lu Yin had still been too weak. Now everyone wanted to see Immemorial City and the Disaster Zone. These were the places where Lu Yin had fought when he had reached the pinnacle. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Niobo Studio. Translator. Niobo Studio Editor. Niobo Studio Editor. Niobo Studio Peak. The figure slowly walked forward, his shadow elongated as he walked through this desolate and cold place. Night King Planet had always been like this and it had never changed. Regardless of whether Lu Yin had defeated the Day-Night clan or not, Night King Planet would always be a lonely star in the heavens. The figure walked for an unknown amount of time before finally stopping. He crouched down and touched a human-shaped hole in the ground. Brother. Her name was Night Queen Yanqing, and she had once been the princess of the Night King bloodline. It was because of her that the Day-Night clan had formed a grudge with Lu Yin, which had led to a series of battles of wits and courage. She had also witnessed the Night King bloodline's decline, and she had watched as Night King Zhenwu was trampled to death by Lu Yin. At that moment her pride and self-esteem had also died. Night Queen Yanqing had once been so beautiful that it was impossible to look at her directly. She had been full of vigor and arrogance, but now she looked as if she had aged 10 years. With her cultivation, her appearance could have remained unchanged, but she had forcibly aged 10 years. She now looked like a middle-aged woman, and her hair was now white, not black and white like the Day-Night clans. She wore ordinary clothes and did not look like a cultivator. Brother, I've come to see you again. I always come around this time every year. Lu Yin, you're probably not in this universe anymore. I vaguely heard that you died too early. This universe is too big. The Starry Sky Tree, the Hexagon Society, the Parallel Spacetime, and the Outer Universe. If you're still alive, you should be very happy, Night Queen Yanqing muttered to herself. She had worshipped Night King Zhenwu, but she had also resented and feared him. Now, all of these feelings had transformed into longing for her family. Night King Zhenwu, it's not bad to have a sister like you, a voice said. Night Queen Yanqing suddenly turned around and stared at the person who had spoken. Are you Lu Xiaoga? Lu Xiaoga looked up, his eyes hidden beneath his hat and his lips curled up. Long time no see, Night Queen Yanqing. It had been almost a year since the boundless frontier had departed from the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin and the others quietly waited on the boundless frontier, and when they looked up, all they saw was darkness. He did not see any stars, nor did he see any celestial bodies. It was as if he had left the Tianyuan universe, and all that followed was boundless darkness. Were there no stars between the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe? Where did this complete darkness lead to? This was not the first time that Lu Yin had such doubts. The boundless frontier slowly descended, and this process had already lasted for several months. This was the leftover energy of the springboard pushing the boundless frontier forward. When the boundless frontier completely stopped, it would be time for another springboard to be built. This is clearly a starry sky, so why are there no stars at all? Lu Yin muttered to himself. The primogenitor appeared beside him. Zhuzi, what are you thinking about? Lu Yin was already numb to the primogenitor's title. Senior, do you think that this is a starry sky? Of course. But why aren't there any? Are there stars? That's a good question. I've been thinking about it, but I can't figure it out. Since it's a starry sky, then there should be stars. If there aren't any stars, then it's not a starry sky. No matter how big the universe is, and no matter how unsuitable it is for living creatures to survive, there should at least be some matter. However, there's nothing here. It's just darkness. The primogenitor looked up. Yes, it's just darkness. What's going on? I've had many guesses over the past year. What guesses? Don't listen to them. Some of them might scare you. This junior has been scared many times. Are you sure you're not afraid? Don't be afraid. Once you leave your own universe and return, you'll be able to see life forms that don't belong to your own universe. You know this, right? Yes. Have you thought about why? I have, but I'm not sure. I've asked Tianxi, but they don't know either. They only know that one's aura can be seen. For example, if the cultivators in the small spirit universe that Xianxia controls have never left the spiritualized universe, they won't be able to tell even if the people in the small spirit universe don't cultivate the heavenly spiritualization technique. However, due to the war between the spiritualized universes and the consciousness universes, they'll be able to see those who don't belong to the spiritualized universe. That's why Xianxia taught the people in the small spirit universe to cultivate the heavenly spiritualization technique. Have you ever thought that it has nothing to do with the universe itself, but it has something to do with this distance? Lu Yin looked at the primogenitor. Here. The primogenitor's expression was solemn. It seems like there's nothing here, but that doesn't mean that there's nothing here. How can the aura change so obviously after leaving? If you can't even feel it yourself, then maybe it's not your aura that's changed. Instead, it's people who have walked through this distance that can see each other's existence. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Contaminated by something? The primogenitor nodded. Yes, contaminated by something within this distance. You, me, and everyone who has left their own universe may have been contaminated by something within this distance. That's why we can feel each other's existence. Xianxia made the people of the little spirit universe cultivate the heavenly spiritualization technique, which means that he can't get rid of this contamination, Lu Yin said. The primogenitor looked at Lu Yin. We can't see anything, but we're contaminated. Perhaps even an eternal life realm expert can't solve this problem. Otherwise, do you think that Master Grass wouldn't know about the little spirit universe? If he could tacitly acknowledge the existence of the little spirit universe, why wouldn't he help Xianxia solve this problem? You should know that once someone suspects something, they can confirm the existence of the little spirit universe. Just like you said, the Mengsang branch of the long river of time is very dangerous for Xianxia. Lu Yin nodded. I can't solve it, so I can only use the heavenly spiritualization technique to cover it up. If even an eternal life realm expert can't solve it, then let's not solve it. After all, living things can't be bigger than the universe. Zhuzi, it's good that you've thought it through. I thought that you also had the idea of people conquering the heavens and going against the heavens. That's all fake. What is the heavens? It's the universe, a circle that covers everything. Everything you do is covered by the heavens. Even if you can go against the heavens, it's only because the heavens want you to. Everything has its own rules. The primogenitor smiled. Lu Yin had never thought of going against the heavens. There was no need for that. Whether it was going against the heavens or following the heavens, as long as he was given what he wanted, it would be fine. All the tribulations and pain in the world had karma. Looking at the darkness above him, he realized that his thoughts were not like those of a youth. In fact, in the world of cultivation he was very, very young. Chapter 34:16. Look at this darkness, doesn't it look like a lid? The progenitor asked again. Lu Yin was surprised. A lid? The progenitor nodded. Maybe we're all covered and can't see the real sky. We can only see it when we open the lid. He turned to Lu Yin and smiled. It's like food on a plate. Lu Yin was speechless. Senior, this joke isn't funny. The progenitor smiled. I'm not joking, I didn't call you a pillar. Lu Yin looked up again, but this time it felt weird. A lid food? The more he looked, the more it looked like a lid. Was this what the progenitor meant by fear? Lu Yin stopped looking. A few days later, Boundless came to a complete stop. Lu Yin walked out of the boundless boundary. The core space felt no different from the true heavens, but there were bound to be some differences. It was just that, at his level, the differences were no longer that obvious. Let's do it, Chui said. They were going to build a springboard. Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and released Yuan Qi and Star Toad. Together. Star Toad was confused. What for? Yuan Qi frowned. Build that constellation? Chui looked over. Yes, come. Star Toad was taken away, but when it looked back, it saw that they had really left Heaven's origin universe. It felt bitter. It didn't even have freedom in the bitter calamity realm. A year later, Boundless continued its journey through the springboard. Year after year, year after year. 18 years later, Boundless was ejected from the springboard. This was the last time. 1 year later, Boundless would reach the giant springboard between the three universes. That was the true springboard. 18 years passed in the blink of an eye, but there weren't many changes on Boundless. A mere decade passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin had also passed the period where he could transform in a few years. Now, if he wanted to increase his cultivation level, he would either have an epiphany or increase his sequence particles and consciousness. Apart from making up for his karma, this trip was also related to his cultivation. That springboard is definitely guarded by spiritualized universe experts, but we don't know how many of them there are. Will the spiritualized universe notice our arrival? Ancestor, she was worried. Su Wangtian dug his nose. They definitely have a way to contact us. Look, before time flowed back, the spiritualized universe took 10 years to reach Heaven's origin universe. This means that they used that springboard. No matter how they set off from the spiritualized universe, it took them 10 years to reach Heaven's origin universe. Time flowed back from the moment they set off. What about Xianxia? He shouldn't be at the springboard. After time, Xianxia stopped the spiritualized universe's heaven's origin, which means that they have a way to contact us. Lu Yin and the rest looked at Su Wangtian in astonishment. This guy was right, he had some brains. All along, Su Wangtian had always been a greasy man in their minds. He would pick his nose and throw his slippers whenever he had nothing to do. No matter how they looked at him, he was always sloppy and had never expressed any opinions. Su Wangun shook his nose. Hey, what's with your expressions? Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Senior Su Wangtan is right. There must be a way to contact the spiritualized universe in that springboard. Although we don't know what method they use, if they can't contact us, Xianxia won't be able to stop the first wave of invaders. So, when we reach that springboard, we will immediately take action and control the spiritualized universe's origin universe. However, it shouldn't be that simple. That springboard is located between the three universes. The spiritualized universe has been fighting the consciousness universe for a long time, so there might be a large number of spiritualized universe experts there. He then looked at Ancestor Shi. Senior, do you have anything to say? Ancestor Shi was the one who had mentioned the spiritualized universe's origin universe. Lu Yin and the others knew that Ancestor Shi had mentioned it because she knew something. She might not know of the springboard's existence, but since it existed between the three universes, it was normal for the spiritualized universe to place a large number of cultivators there to attack the consciousness universe. Lu Yin's words caused Ancestor Shi's expression to change. It wasn't because of the springboard but because of the three universes. Initially, she had told Lu Yin that there was a spiritualized universe between the consciousness universe and the heaven universe, and that the spiritualized universe could attack both universes. She had always thought that the consciousness universe was on the other side of the spiritualized universe. Now that Lu Yin had mentioned the three universes, it meant that Lu Yin knew. Actually, she had already guessed it the moment she appeared, and now she had confirmed it. She looked at Lu Yin with a twinkle in her eyes. Lu Yin didn't have the time to lie to her. He had directly mentioned the three universes to remind Ancestor Shi to speak her mind. It was fine to lie once, but if she lied again, even if he agreed, the people around him wouldn't. Ancestor Shi took a deep breath and bowed to Lu Yin. As I have been away from the consciousness universe for too long, and with the appearance of the springboard, my understanding of the situation is a little blurry. Master Lu, please allow me to consider for a while before telling you my conjecture. Lu Yin nodded. All right. Ancestor Shi bowed again and left. Looking at the ancestor's back, Chu Yi said, the beings of the mind universe cannot be trusted. They are not the same species as us and they have their own standpoints behind them. Her words must be taken with a grain of salt. Stillwater? Lu Yin understood. She lied to me several times. When we fought against the spiritualized universe in the tributary of the River of Time, she also tried to lie to me. Compared to her, I'm more willing to trust the origin. Su Wangtian said, agreed. That old man Yuanqi doesn't want to die. He's afraid that you'll kill him if you're unhappy. He'll tell you everything you ask and he'll definitely tell you the truth. It's a pity that he's been away from the spiritualized universe for too long. Otherwise he'd be even more valuable. No matter what, there will be a great battle waiting for us in a year. It might not be very intense, but it is extremely important. If we can't control the people in the spiritualized universe right away, we will face an unprecedentedly tough battle when we go to the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin's voice spread throughout the boundless expanse. Everyone, even though we're going to risk our lives, I, Lu Yin, do not wish for anyone to die. Please take care. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at the forest below the rain observatory. Every tree was huge. Lu Yin walked through the forest and looked at the wandering corpses of different shapes and sizes. Pathmaster. Silver arrived and bowed. How is it? Lu Yin asked. The bone grafters were very important. If they could replicate a bone arc, it would be a disaster for the spiritualized universe. The bone arc could fight against Immemorial City, and Immemorial City had gathered many of the top experts of the Tianyuan universe for countless years. A single bone arc was at least comparable to Royal God Mountain. Silver said, I've succeeded a little, but wandering corpses are different from corpse kings. They can't immediately change their bones and gain strength like the bone arc. I'm still researching. How many? 12. Where's the strongest one? Lu Yin looked in a direction and saw a wandering corpse. He didn't know how strong it was when it was alive, but it was lying on the ground and staring at a tree root. Wandering corpses had no self-awareness and were completely different from corpse kings. They were more like corpses that did what they cared most about when they were alive. For example, the one-legged old man Lu Yin had seen liked to step on people's feet with his wooden leg. There was also the little girl Tong Lao who liked to slap people's heads. Gu Eccentric liked to play hide-and-seek. Lu Yin didn't know what this wandering corpse had encountered when it was alive, but it was lying on the ground and staring at the tree root while muttering to itself. Lu Yin felt a trace of sharpness from it that was familiar. It must be a power that had appeared in the Immemorial City battlefield. Silver replied, "Yes, that wandering corpse can use 7 swords." 7 swords? Lu Yin looked at the wandering corpse. He hadn't fought against a corpse king with 7 swords in the Battle of Immemorial City, but he could feel the sharpness of the entire battlefield. The 7 swords were invincible in their combined attacks and could use sequence laws to kill Immemorial City's experts. Their master must have dominated an era. There was no need to fight. Lu Yin could feel the wandering corpse's current strength. It was at the level of sequence laws. Continue. Hopefully we'll have more wandering corpses by the time we start the war with the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin said. Silver bowed respectfully. Yes, Pathmaster. After all, Silver wasn't the only true god. If he was, Lu Yin might have already replicated a bone arc. In fact, what limited the only true god wasn't the bones but the powerhouse's bones. If he was given 10,000 sequence laws powerhouse's bones, he could even destroy the spiritualized universe, let alone Immemorial City. When he thought of this, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The only true god had arrived in the spiritualized universe ahead of time, and he definitely wouldn't expose his identity. If he could do that with the spirit seed bestowed by the heavens, then what would he do? Meet Xianxia? If Lu Yin was the only true god, it would be impossible for him to meet Xianxia. It was too dangerous. With the turbid spirit seed and the power of his former godly power, the only true god would transform in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin had to find him before he transformed. There was a huge celestial body in front of the boundless universe. It was like a springboard that had been magnified billions of times. This place was in the middle of the 3 universes. This springboard was the real one that had been discovered by the spiritualized universe. The springboards that the spiritualized universe and the heaven's origin universe could create with the help of primordial realm powers could only cover a 10th of the distance of this springboard. This wasn't something that could be achieved by increasing the springboard's power by 10 times. That was an unimaginable difference. Even if all the primordial realm powerhouses in the 3 universes worked together, they wouldn't be able to create such a huge springboard. It was precisely because of this that the spiritualized universe had misgivings. If this springboard was naturally formed, then it would be fine. However, if it was created by a living creature, then that creature's strength would far exceed everyone's imagination. Perhaps even an eternal realm powerhouse would find it difficult to deal with it. This was also why the spiritualized universe couldn't use this springboard. The springboard's celestial body was like a colossus that occupied space. There were no stars or other celestial bodies around it, but there was a man-made city that was circular in shape and surrounded the entire springboard. This city had been built by the spiritualized universe and it was called Torch City. Torch was a warning to all living creatures not to use the springboard rashly. The springboard was like a torch in the darkness of space. Once it was used, it was unknown what would target it. Chapter 34:17. Torch City was built around a springboard. It was a base for the spiritualized universe in the middle of the 3 universes, but it was also a springboard. Outer space was dark, but Torch City was brightly lit. Countless spiritualized cultivators were stationed there, and it was the front line to attack the consciousness universe. Cultivators were different from mortals. Every cultivator had their own cultivation environment and method. Even if the spiritualized universe invaded the consciousness universe, it was impossible for them to arrange their cultivators like an army. The ancestor had already told Lu Yin this in the boundless universe. Small teams. Lu Yin was surprised. The ancestor, Qi, and the rest were surprised as well. The ancestor's tone was heavy. The spiritualized universe used many methods to attack the consciousness universe. At first, it was, as everyone knew, a large-scale attack to sweep through our consciousness universe. However, the strongest thing about the consciousness universe is its consciousness, and you've all heard me say that consciousness is completely illusory. It's connected by the thoughts of living beings, and the consciousness will appear in whatever form the living being imagines. This caused the spiritualized cultivators to be unable to fight as one. Furthermore, consciousness is an area of effect attack. It doesn't matter if it's a single person or a group of people, they're all enveloped by this consciousness. A large-scale attack was not worth it. After that, the spiritualized universe constantly changed their methods of attack. Before I left the consciousness universe, they had a fixed method of attack, which was small teams. Every small team depends on the strength of the leader. They can have 10, 100, or even 1,000 people. Every small team has an extremely powerful consciousness cultivator who matches the members of the team according to their attacking methods. This ensures that they can deal with all the consciousness life forms that have appeared in the consciousness universe. Although this method is not as efficient as a large-scale attack, it's more stable. They can advance step by step, and some powerful teams can use the boulder's foundation to attack the powerful life forms of the consciousness universe. This can be considered as training for the spiritualized universe. The ancestor's expression was ugly. When I left, the consciousness universe had already been suppressed by countless small teams from the spiritualized universe. I don't know how it is now, but the situation should be even worse. Why doesn't the consciousness universe work together to wipe out those small teams? Muzhu asked. The ancestor of the past said bitterly, squads can communicate with one another. For every 10 or 100 squads, there's a distance where you can avoid them as quickly as possible and reinforce them as quickly as possible. Moreover, there will definitely be captains. Captains are usually primordial realm experts. Even in our universe, how many primordial realm experts do we have? At the end of the day, their absolute power is still inferior to the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe has the absolute advantage. Lu Yin frowned. A small team attack. It didn't seem like a problem, but if he wanted to defeat the consciousness universe as soon as possible, this method would waste too much time. Regardless of whether it was the spiritualized universe or the universe of consciousness, both sides might have thought that this was for the sake of the spiritualized universe's cultivators. They wanted to reduce the losses and would rather take a longer time. However, Lu Yin was certain that this was because Xianxia did not want to restart the universe of consciousness so early. He controlled the small spirit universe, so restarting the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe would not benefit him. In the past, there were 7 Sang heavens in the spiritualized universe. 5 of them went to our universe of consciousness, and Xianxia took the boulder's foundation. In that battle, our universe of consciousness suffered heavy losses. More than half of the absolute elites were slaughtered. Some surrendered and some fled. Black Wuxian and White Wuxian joined the spiritualized universe during that battle, and I also fled during that battle. She guessed. At that time, I didn't know about the existence of a springboard, and the spiritualized universe shouldn't have been able to use it either. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken them 10,000 years to reach the Tianyuan universe. Since the springboard exists between the 3 universes, there must be many spiritualized teams stationed there. They can switch teams from the consciousness universe at any time. Although I don't want to admit it, to the spiritualized universe, going to our universe of consciousness to fight is both a training and an honor. It can pave the way for many people to climb to a higher position. If we can eliminate all of those teams, the spiritualized universe will definitely be turned upside down. At this point, her eyes lit up and she looked at Lu Yin expectantly. Master Lu, if there are 100 teams attacking our universe of consciousness, then there must be at least 100 people who are related to the spiritualized universes Xianxia and other absolute higher-ups. These people might be juniors or disciples. As long as we control these people, the spiritualized universe will definitely be shaken. They can't afford to lose them. Lu Yin nodded. That makes sense. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the ancestor's neck. The ancestor subconsciously wanted to resist, but with so many experts around her, she forcefully endured it and didn't dare to move. She allowed Lu Yin to grab her and forcefully pull her down. She couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood that spilled onto the ground. Lu Yin looked down at Ancestor. Are you used to lying to me, or do you think I'm stupid? The tremors of the spiritualized universe brought no apprehension or compromise, but slaughter, revenge, and hatred. You want to shift the hatred of the spiritualized universe onto me? You're courting death. Ancestor, she coughed. Master Lu, I didn't. That's not what I meant. Lu Yin stared at her. If you want to resolve the crisis of your universe, then cooperate with me. I will deal with the spiritualized universe. If I help you deal with those small teams now, I will only bring about the attacks of Xianxia and the 7 great Xianxia. What I want is to disintegrate and completely destroy the spiritualized universe, not a battle where I know that I will die. I can't care if you want to court death, but if there's a next time I will kill you. With a casual wave of his hand, the ancestor she fell into the distance with a pale face. She had once been the Qing Luo sword sky who had killed her way up to Lu Tianjing. She was extremely powerful, and even after she joined the everlasting race, she was considered the housekeeper of disaster region. Even the 7 heavenly gods didn't dare to act rashly. To a certain extent she could command the everlasting race in battle, and she had indeed done so many times. If not for her value, Lu Yin would have killed her long ago. The ancestor she looked calm, but her heart was filled with countless schemes. These schemes constantly wanted to push Lu Yin to the opposite side of the spiritualized universe so that she could exhaust the spiritualized universe's strength. Lu Yin had experienced the 37 years in reverse, and he was very clear about the status of those elites in the spiritualized universe. Those who had been able to accompany the president and the others in the first wave of attacks against the Tianyuan universe were all geniuses amongst the elites. All of them had reached the level of envoys at a young age, and all of them had spiritualized molts that were related to the Yu Sang sky and the 7 great Sang skies. Even so, when Lu Yin had captured those people in the tributary of the River of Time, he had never thought of using them to threaten the spiritualized universe. A universe with a unified cultivation model had no lack of geniuses. If this generation couldn't do it, then the next generation could. Killing those people would only bring about hatred. The ancestor she had hoped that Lu Yin's Limitless would directly enter the consciousness universe and sweep through the spiritualized universe's numerous small teams. How could that be possible? At first glance, this seemed better than Lu Yin and the others directly attacking the spiritualized universe. At the very least, they would be working together with the consciousness universe. However, the true result would be that Limitless would become bait and help the consciousness universe exhaust the spiritualized universe's strength. In the end, it would be spiritualized. The universe would be massacred and not a single person would be left alive. The consciousness universe would then take the opportunity to recuperate. If they went to the consciousness universe, they wouldn't be working together. Instead, they would be schemed against by 2 universes. Lu Yin had started as an ordinary person and slowly climbed to his current position. Although it had only been a short time, what had he not seen? He had Wei Rong and Wang Wen by his side, and he had heard of all sorts of plots and schemes. He had also devised many of them, and he had seen through the ancestor she at a glance. It wasn't just him. The progenitor, Chu Yi, Celestial Victor, and the others had all seen through it. The consciousness universe's life forms could not be trusted. Even if they had been invaded by the spiritualized universe, it did not mean that they were good people. Different life forms did not understand each other, and if they truly wanted to cooperate, it would be impossible unless one side was in a desperate situation. Survival in the universe was cruel, and kindness did not apply to the universe's laws, much less to war. Furthermore, Lu Yin still had to make up for his karma. Yu Sang Tian could not possibly send those who had karma with Lu Yin to the consciousness universe. He was not stupid. Limitless continued to head into the distance. A year's time was almost up, and Lu Yin and the others had solemn expressions. Soon. At the same time, some distance ahead of them, Torch City had been brightly lit, but many of the lights had been extinguished. Bang! There was a loud bang as ripples spread out into the distance. Torch City was in chaos. They won't be able to escape. Seal off the news and don't spread it back to beyond heaven. Once Lord Yu Sang Tian finds out, everyone will die. Don't worry, the other members of their team have already been controlled. No one will help them. What about the people from the Myriad Beasts border and Imperial God Mountain? They want to kill that bastard couple even more than we do. That bastard couple actually dared to break the rules and implicate us. They'll die a horrible death. Cultivators shuttled through Torch City searching for them. In a corner of Torch City, 2 figures were hiding under a wall. It was a man and a woman. The man's appearance was strange and he looked like a human. However, his ears were twice the size of a normal person's and were dark green in color. They were vertical as if they were being blown by a gale. His dark golden eyes rippled with a cold aura, and he had a tail that was also dark green in color. The woman had a tranquil appearance, and although she could not be considered beautiful, she gave off a warm feeling. The two were curled up under the wall, hugging each other tightly. Fresh blood flowed and dyed the ground red. It came from the man's back. The woman pressed her hand on the man's back and blood dyed her sleeves red. Her eyes were red as she said with heartache, "You shouldn't have done this." The man hugged the woman tightly and smiled. "If I didn't do this, would you still be able to come back? That old man knows about us and doesn't dare to make a move here, so he specially arranged for you to enter the consciousness universe again. You won't be able to survive there. Don't worry, we'll definitely be able to escape back to the spiritualized universe and live in seclusion for the rest of our lives." The woman shook her head. "This is Torch City. How can we escape? I won't make a move if I'm not fully prepared. That old man wouldn't even dream that I would make a move at this moment. He has already followed this team to the consciousness universe, and the team from the consciousness universe hasn't returned yet. Now is the time when Torch City has the least number of cultivators. The city lord is still here. I have a way." Suddenly, the two of them raised their heads and looked down. Immediately after, a majestic pressure descended and shattered the house. The two of them hurriedly dodged and the ground caved in. Chapter 34:18. The walls of Torch City were made of the toughest stones in the spiritualized universe. Even ordinary half-martial ancestors would find it difficult to destroy them, but now they had collapsed. In the surroundings, quite a few people were implicated. They came out from their broken houses, but they didn't dare to speak out. They didn't even know what had happened. In the distance, Xianxia was furious. "Which idiot doesn't know how to make a move secretly? Go quickly." As the city lord of Torch City, Xianxia was the ruler here. One expert after another came from all directions. There were progenitors and half-progenitors. In the spiritualized universe, progenitors were known as spirit progenitors. Half-progenitors, including envoys, were known as spirit warriors. There were many of them at this level, and they were the most numerous among the teams that attacked the consciousness universe. Without reaching the level of an emissary, one was not qualified to attack the universe of consciousness. Similarly, a demi-ancestor was also considered to be at the level of an emissary. The pressure descended once again. "Balu Yao, you are too presumptuous." The person who attacked stood in the air and pressed down with his palm again. Balu's face turned ugly. "Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize me?" As he spoke, a flying knife appeared in his hand and shot out. The attacker was terrified and hurriedly dodged. He avoided the flying dagger but inexplicably spat out blood. The 8-willow flying dagger never missed its target. Its form did not meet its intent and its intent did not meet its form. Although he was only a half-martial ancestor, he was strong enough to challenge those of a higher level. The person who had attacked was the spirit patriarch, yet he was unable to evade this saber strike. Around them, a violent wind blew, changing the sky and earth. It seeped into the void and turned into a slash from behind, slashing towards the 8-willows. Bachiliu turned around and had no time to react. A lantern appeared in front of Yao, raising 9 flames. When the slash swept past, one of the flames was extinguished. The two of them were unharmed. Balu once again shot out a flying knife, piercing through the wind. Blood spilled out along with the wind. Yao said anxiously, "I can sense that a sequence law powerhouse has made a move." Before the 8-willows could reply, attacks appeared in the void one after another, all of them originating from the ancestor realm. The flames were constantly being extinguished. There were clearly 9 flames, but now there were only 3 left. Stillwater? Yao was in the progenitor realm and possessed a spiritualized weapon, the fire of the 9 lanterns. Every wisp of flame could replace an injury. When the 9 flames were extinguished, the person would die. Balu shouted, "City Lord Xiao, what will happen if the springboard is activated?" Around them all the attacks stopped. Figures appeared one after another, surrounding the two of them. They could not escape at all. Even though the number of cultivators in Torch City was the smallest, it would not be a problem for them to take care of the two of them. Xiao walked out and stared at the two with a gloomy face. "What did you say?" Balu heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they came out. He was afraid that the people around them would make them unable to even speak. If that happened, all their plans would be in vain. On the side, Yao's face was pale. Out of the 9 flames, 6 of them had been extinguished. She had used up a lot of energy, but if she hadn't extinguished the 6 flames, they would have already died. In the face of so many powerful beings, even if they possessed the power of the spirit patriarch, it was useless. Ba Lu and Xia look at each other. If the springboard is activated, will this taboo be more serious than ours? How do you want to activate the springboard? Xia narrowed his eyes. He did not believe that other than him, there was anyone else in Torch City who could activate the springboard. However, he did not dare to take the risk. If Ba Lu could really activate the springboard, he would be finished. Even if he was the grandson of Xianxia, he would still die. This was the taboo of the spiritualized universe. Fresh blood dripped down Ba Lu's arm. Yao quickly grabbed his hand. This scene made Xia's face even gloomier. I can't activate the springboard, Ba Lu said bluntly. Yao was surprised. The surrounding people's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Xia heaved a sigh of relief, but his murderous intent became even stronger. Are you playing with me? Ba Lu transmitted his voice to Xia. I can't activate the springboard because both of us are here. However, I can tell others how to activate it. As everyone knows, the springboard is sealed by 8 powerful beings who cultivate the sequence law of the cross-section technique. The 8 directions have completely sealed off the springboard. Only you, City Lord, or the 3 deputy City Lords can enter at the same time, right? However, in reality, those 8 people are not the only ones who have sealed off the springboard. Xia's pupils shrank. City Lord, I don't need to activate the springboard. As long as this matter is transmitted to the spiritualized universe, the spiritualized universe will know that I have spied on this matter and spread the news. What do you think Lord Yu Xianxia will do? Will you be able to continue being the City Lord of Torch City freely? I heard that Yi Xianxia is trying his best to give you the Sky Devourer Luo umbrella. Once you obtain the Sky Devourer Luo umbrella, you will have the qualifications to fight for the position of Xianxia in the future. Once this matter is out, do you think you still have the qualifications? Xia stared at Ba Lu. How do you know about the cross-section foundation? This matter was not serious. It was just a sequence foundation that had not been ranked into the sequence of 10 foundations. The serious thing was that this was a secret. Once this was spread, how would Yu Xianxia and the 7 major Xianxia view him? His future would be over. He could not understand how Ba Lu, a cultivator who had not even reached the spirit ancestor, knew about this matter when even the 3 deputy city lords did not know. Ba Lu exhaled. I guessed. Xia looked at him deeply. You are very smart. He did not suspect that Ba Lu guessed because this matter was not explained in words and there were no traces. Other than him, only the Door of Arts, which created the Sequence Foundation, knew about the 7 major Xianxia and the 7 major Xianxia. Ba Lu's 10,000 beast territory was at odds with the Door of Arts, so he could not have known about this matter through the Door of Arts. Moreover, there were very few people in the Door of Arts who knew about this matter. The Door of Arts did not create the Sequence Foundation together. Every Sequence Foundation was created by a fixed person and had nothing to do with others. The person who created the Cross-Section Foundation had never appeared in Torch City. I can help you hide this matter. You should know that I am also responsible for you breaking the rules. After all, it happened right under my nose. I will help you make this matter disappear, but the condition is that you will never meet again. I promise you that nothing will happen to you. How about it? Xia said in a low voice. Ba Lu laughed. As expected of the grandson of the Chamber of Commerce's president. You want to make a deal just like that? Unfortunately, I do not agree. Xia's expression was gloomy. You are threatening me. Ba Lu said, I just want to leave Torch City, leave everyone's sight. If you let me go, the words Cross-Section Foundation will never come out of my mouth. Xia stared at Ba Lu. Ba Lu also looked at him. They looked at each other. Let me think about it. Impossible. You can let us go immediately. We will not return to the spiritualized universe and go to the consciousness universe. Ba Lu said. Yao was surprised. Not returning to the spiritualized universe? Ba Lu was helpless. We can't go back. Even if we go back, we will be hunted down. Actually, I plan to take you to the consciousness universe from the beginning. Yao held Ba Lu's hand tightly. Wherever you go, I will go. Ba Lu nodded. I have been delaying it. Otherwise, I could have used this to negotiate with Xia long ago. The main thing is to let that old man arrive at the consciousness universe earlier. He will never expect that we will go again. This way we can avoid each other. I understand. Yao touched Balu's face with heartache. She touched Balu's face. Right, if Torch City sends a message to the consciousness universe. They can't do it. I destroyed a few springboards in advance. Without those springboards they will not be able to send a complete message. It will take at least 12 years to build them. By then we will already be in the consciousness universe. From here to the consciousness universe, it will only take 10 years. After all, we don't need to build our own springboards. With that, Balu looked at Xianxia with a determined gaze. If we go to the consciousness universe we will no longer be a threat to you. City Lord Xianxia, it is not worth sacrificing your future for two ants like us. Xianxia nodded. Okay, let them go. The surrounding people were puzzled but did not dare to disobey the city lord's orders. They could only open the city gate to the consciousness universe. Outside the city were springboards that could be used to reach the consciousness universe. Someone reported to Xianxia. Xianxia looked deeply at Balu again. The spiritualized universe, the consciousness universe, and Torch City were the springboards for information transmission between the three. Through the construction and destruction of the springboards, the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe could form a connection with Torch City's springboards to read information. Torch City naturally built many springboards around it. As long as the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe had many springboards, they could sense each other and create waves to read information. Balu destroyed some of the springboards that Torch City used to transmit information to the consciousness universe. This meant that before they reached the consciousness universe would not know what was happening here. Balu had calculated a lot of things. However, he did not consider one thing. Behind Xianxia was Xianxia. Xianxia's ability was unimaginable to ants. When Balu brought Xianxia to the city gate they did not see it open. The city gate was still tightly shut. He looked at Xianxia warily. What do you mean? Xianxia's lips curled up. Just now, Xianxia announced to the public that the broken base has officially replaced the landscape map as the sequence of the 10 bases. The location is Torch City. Balu's pupils shrank. How could this be? Xianxia's heart sank. Xianxia had exposed the broken base. In this way, even if Balu spread this news to the spiritualized universe, it would be Xianxia who spread it and not Xianxia's fault. You when? Balu was shocked. Xianxia was pleased. Not long ago. Then why did you bring us to the city gate? This place is the closest to the consciousness universe that you escaped from. I gave you the hope of this path. Xianxia's face darkened. Balu, who do you think you are? How dare you threaten me? I am the grandson of Xianxia, the future president of the spiritualized universe Chamber of Commerce, the city lord of Torch City, and someone who can compete for Xianxia's position, yet you dare to scheme against me. I won't let you die so easily. The consciousness universe is right in front of you. Once you step through the city gate you can board the springboard and fly far away, but can you do it? Everyone looked at him with ridicule. This person did not understand the city lord at all. Who could threaten the city lord? Ants. Originally I wanted to get rid of you immediately, but now I've changed my mind. Xia's eyes were filled with coldness. You dare to threaten me and make me ask the ancestor for help? Although this matter will not be leaked, I will be punished by the ancestor. Brat, I will make you suffer 1,000 times the pain. Since you like Yao, I will let you watch your woman being tortured by others. Catch them. Under the city gate, Yao grabbed Balu's hand, her eyes dim, and she smiled bitterly. We still can't escape. Instead of being humiliated, little Lu, let's go together. Chapter 34:19. Looking at Yao's determined gaze, Balu said in a low voice, I'm sorry. Yao smiled and shook her head. I'm very happy. You did everything you could for me. I'm really happy, really. Attacks enveloped them from all directions. They were not meant to kill, but they had nowhere to run. Balu held Yao's hand tightly and shouted, there's still one more chance. Prepare to attack the city gate. Yao was surprised. Suddenly the entire Torch City turned pitch black. The lights that were originally brightly lit seemed illusory. Everyone was surprised. What had happened? The cultivators who could come to Torch City had all reached the level of void exploration. Darkness and lights did not affect them much. However, Torch City had a rule that the city had to be brightly lit. This was an order from Xianxia. At this moment the lights were extinguished in an instant. Xianxia was furious. What's going on? Ba Lu shot out 5 throwing knives to defend against the surrounding cultivators who wanted to catch them. Yao shook her hand. Green ripples spread from beneath her feet and bombarded the city gate. This was a power similar to the ancestral world. Progenitor realm cultivators often reached the same goal through different means, even though their cultivation methods were different. The green ripples swayed the city gate, but it did not immediately break open. Ba Lu coughed out blood and shot a throwing knife at the city gate. The throwing knife pierced through the city gate. He was excited and pulled Yao to rush out. A gloomy face appeared in front of him. It was Wuxia. A terrifying aura suppressed Ba Lu and Yao until they could not breathe. Their faces were pale. This was the difference in strength. Ba Lu was only a half-step progenitor. In the spiritualized universe he was at the level of a spiritual warrior. Yao was only a spirit progenitor, but Wuxia was a sequence law progenitor. There was a difference of a major realm. Ba Lu and Yao worked together, but it was useless in front of Wuxia. Wuxia's sequence particles easily disintegrated their attacks. A deep sense of powerlessness exhausted Ba Lu. He had used all means to get here. Extinguishing the lights in Torch City was a backup plan he had left behind. In fact, it was used to activate the springboard to buy time. Just now he had staked everything. He knew that it would be difficult to escape from Torch City, but he was unwilling to give up. When he saw Wuxia blocking the city gate, he knew that it was completely over. He was far from being a match for a sequence law progenitor. Yao was helpless. How difficult was it to escape from Torchfire City? In the end he still failed. At this moment, Wuxia's fury had reached the heavens. His eyes were somewhat red. First he was forced to confess to the ancestor and let the ancestor take responsibility for leaking the foundation. He thought that he would be fine with Yu Sangtian, but he did not expect Ba Lu to extinguish all the lights in Torch City. This matter would also become a stain on his record. A mere Ling Zhan, a mere piece of trash, had actually caused him to suffer losses just because of this bit of love. Detestable, detestable. You're courting death. Wuxia clenched her teeth in anger. As soon as the words left his mouth, his body trembled, his pupils dilated, and he collapsed to the ground. Not only Wuxia, Ba Lu, Yao, all the cultivators in the surroundings, and even all the cultivators in Torchfire City collapsed in an instant. There were 8 sequence law experts around the springboard, all of them cultivating the sequence law of the cross-section to protect the springboard. Now he had also fallen in an instant without any power to fight back. Torch City instantly fell into a deathly silence. In the distance, a huge battleship descended. It was Wujiang. At the bow of the ship, Lu Yin, the primal ancestors, and the others looked at Torch City. As expected, there are many cultivators here. There are many more springboards. It's just too many. Only primordial realm experts can create springboards. Just how many primordial realm experts did the spiritualized universe use? How many years did it take? What's the point of these springboards? That's the true springboard. Originally, I thought it would only be a few hundred or a few thousand times larger than the ones we created. I never thought it would be so much larger, like a planet. With each jump, even if it's just a tiny increase in distance, the size of the springboard will multiply. There's nothing strange about that. The spiritualized universe is very cautious, completely protecting the springboard and creating a city. It's both a transit point for attacks from the consciousness universe and our heaven's origin universe, and it's also a place to keep an eye on the springboard. However, there were clearly lights in this city earlier, but they were extinguished all of a sudden. We hadn't done anything back then, right? Lu Yin looked at Torch City, 14 sequence law experts. There aren't a lot of them, just a little less than I expected. 8 of them surround the springboard, using the same sequence law. As for the other 6, 3 are in a corner and the other 3 are scattered in 3 other directions. From the looks of it, something has happened in Torchfire City. Interesting. It's not so boring anymore. After 20 years of traveling, Wujiang finally arrived at Torchfire City. Although 20 years wasn't a long time, traveling in pitch-black darkness for 20 years was very lonely. Lu Yin's gaze landed on Ba Lu and Yao. It seemed that the people around them were attacking them and they weren't very strong. The spiritualized universe was finally about to meet. When Wu Jiang arrived, he naturally took action immediately and took control of Torchfire City. With Lu Yin and the others' strength, whether it was their domain, spiritual force, or consciousness, they could instantly take control of Torchfire City. unless Sang Tian was overseeing it. But now it seemed that Sang Tian wasn't in Torchfire City. It was normal for Sang Tian to be overseeing Torchfire City, but it was also normal for there to be no Sang Tian. The spiritualized universe was aware of Torchfire City's importance, but it was also dangerous here. If the spiritualized universe's apprehensions were real, and there were unknown civilizations eyeing the springboard, Torchfire City would be the first to suffer. Furthermore, there was the war between the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe, as well as Yu Sangtian's memories of time reversal, leaving behind the president and other people who had karmic ties to Lu Yin. There was probably no free Sangtian to oversee Torchfire City. Boom. Wu Jiang shook and landed outside Torchfire City. Lu Yin and the others stepped into Torchfire City. This was their first step into the spiritualized universe. Su Wangtian stretched lazily. It feels good to have one foot in the ground. The ancestor of the past looked in a certain direction, which was the consciousness universe. How long had it been since they returned to the consciousness universe through Torchfire City? She had thought that she would die in the Tianyuan universe. Even though life forms in the consciousness universe could live for a long time, they were not immortal. She had never thought that she would one day pass through the core space and return to the consciousness universe. She looked at Lu Yin's back. If she wanted to return, she would need this person to make the decision. The group split up, with some going to check the springboard while others were curious about Torchfire City. More than 100 black energy users spread out and captured all the spiritualized cultivators who had fainted. Lu Yin arrived at the city gate where Ba Lu and the others were, with Second Life following behind him. Second Life's group of 5 had also followed Wu Jiang. During the battle at the Stone Gate in the tributary of the River of Time, Second Life had been on the brink of death several times. Now that time had been reversed, they could not avoid the war with the spiritualized universe and had followed Lu Yin here. Ba Lu had a splitting headache and he opened his eyes in a daze. What was going on? Yao. He suddenly stood up and looked to his side. Yao had collapsed on the ground, but he did not have time to check his surroundings. He heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yao had only fainted. It was only then that he looked around and saw that everyone had collapsed on the ground. His eyes narrowed as he saw Wuxia, who had also collapsed on the ground. Wuxia was the city lord of Torchfire City and was an absolute powerhouse. What had happened? He suddenly turned around and met someone's gaze, his expression dazed. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he sat there leisurely. Second Life was behind him, and even further behind them was the enormous Wu Jiang, which loomed over Torchfire City like a colossus. Torchfire City was huge, and so was the boundless expanse. Against this backdrop, Ba Lu looked at Lu Yin and felt the pressure from the boundless expanse. She was stunned for a moment, as if she had been struck by something. She couldn't say anything. Lu Yin smiled leisurely as he sat there. Behind him, Second Life had their own unique characteristics, like a painting from the abyss. Please explain this scene, Lu Yin said. His tone was calm and his expression was casual. Everything was under his control. In Ba Lu's eyes, the high and mighty city lord of Torchfire City, someone he had never been able to scheme against, was now lying there like a dead dog. He did not even have the ability to stand in front of this youth. Who was this person? Was he a god? Second Bone's gaze turned cold and pressure descended. Ba Lu was instantly pressed down and he coughed up blood. Our lord is asking you a question. Ba Lu's eyes widened. A powerhouse of the sequence laws. Could it be that the 5 people behind this person were all such powerhouses? No wonder they could control Torchfire City. Who was this person? Countless possibilities flashed through Ba Lu's mind. The consciousness universe? Impossible. He had fought in the consciousness universe for too many years, and such a person would definitely know about it. Spiritualized universes? Yes, only those hidden ancient families in the spiritualized universes would have such a person. Those hidden families and sects would only appear when Sangtian's position was empty. Under Yu Sangtian's suppression, they would not show themselves. Who knew how strong their foundations were? These thoughts only lasted for a moment. Ba Lu did not dare to delay. He half squatted on the ground and raised his head to look at Lu Yin. My lord, this lowly one is called Ba Lu and the woman beside me is called Yao. We were surrounded and attacked in Torch City. Fortunately, my lord came to our aid. Otherwise we would already be dead. Thank you, my lord. Lu Yin smiled. Why were they surrounded? Ba Lu opened his mouth trying to find a reason, but his heart palpitated inexplicably. He had a feeling that he could not lie to this person. This was a human instinct. This instinct had allowed him to survive in the universe of consciousness. Now this instinct had never been so strong. He could not lie, absolutely not. He would die. Xian de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Pete. He gritted his teeth. This lowly one is from the 10,000 beasts border, Yao from the Imperial Spirit Mountain. Lu Yin did not speak and waited for Ba Lu to continue. Ba Lu did not speak either, waiting for Lu Yin's response. The people from the myriad beasts border and the god-governing mountain were together, which violated two taboos. First, the god-governing mountain could not marry outsiders. They could only marry their own people. This was a rule set by Xianxia that could not be violated. Second, beast-shaped spiritual molts could not be together with human-shaped spiritual molts. This was a rule of the entire spiritualized universe. Ba Lu was a cultivator from 10,000 beast border. 10,000 beast border, as the name suggests, all of them were in the form of beasts. For example, Meng Sang was in the form of a beast while Yi Yao was in the form of a human. Even though they were both humans before they started their cultivation, but after they transformed into different species, they could not be together. Moreover, Yi Yao came from Divine Dominion Mountain. This was also the reason why Wuxia had pursued them. If something like this happened in Torch City, he would be held accountable. Yi Yao's identity involved the god-governing mountain, which was a taboo of Xianxia that could not be violated. Chapter 34:20. Ba Lu did not know which family in the spiritualized universe Lu Yin came from, or if he came directly from beyond heaven. He could only wait for Lu Yin to deal with him. Lu Yin was also waiting. From his point of view, Ba Lu was completely clueless. One was from the 10,000 beasts border, and the other was from the divine governing mountain. What was the connection? Ba Lu looked like he had finished speaking. Lu Yin guessed something. Could it be that the 10,000 beasts border and the divine governing mountain were mortal enemies and could not be together? That's right. The people of the divine governing mountain all came from the small spiritual universe. If he was Xianxia, he would not allow the people of the divine governing mountain to marry outsiders. Otherwise, the children born might not be able to tell that they came from another universe. This should be the reason. However, guessing alone was not enough. Continue. You were surrounded and killed because of these two identities? Ba Lu suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Yin in shock. You're not from the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin said casually, no. Ba Lu was stunned. How was this possible? He was not from the spiritualized universe? It was impossible for the people of the spiritualized universe not to know the taboos that these two identities represented. Where did this person come from? He slowly turned his head and looked at the springboard. An unknown civilization? Ever since the springboard was discovered, the spiritualized universe had experienced the initial excitement. They felt that they could open up the distance between the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe. However, this was followed by worry, apprehension, and countless guesses. As time passed, these guesses became heavier. Over time, the springboard was like a blade hanging over one's neck. The spiritualized universe did not dare to use it for fear of being discovered by the unknown civilization. Humans were always fearful of the unknown. The spiritualized universe was no exception. That was why there was the broken foundation, the 8 sequence law experts guarding the springboard and Torch City. The existence of Torch City was to inform the spiritualized universe as soon as possible. Once an unknown civilization appeared, the spiritualized universe would be notified. However, not everyone in the spiritualized universe thought this way. Some people had never thought of an unknown civilization and only thought that it was a kind of astrological phenomenon. Ba Lu had also never thought of an unknown civilization. It was not that he did not believe in it, but it was not the time to think about it. He was not qualified to think about it. Who would have thought that this unknown civilization would be the first to appear in front of him? The entire Torch City, including City Lord Wuxia, had collapsed. Only he was clear-headed. He was the first person in the spiritualized universe to face the unknown civilization. He created the history of the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin looked at Ba Lu amused. Tell me, what's wrong with these two identities? Ba Lu swallowed his saliva and subconsciously glanced at Yi Yao. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse, but at least they wouldn't be killed because of their identities. He told them about the taboo that the two of them had violated. Lu Yin wasn't the only one who was listening. Within Torch City, the progenitor, Qi, and the others were scattered all over the city, but they were also listening. It was just that the 8 willows did not know of their existence. Lu Yin sat there quietly and tapped the void with his finger, causing faint ripples to appear. Taboo. Spirit molting in the form of beasts, spirit molting in the form of humans. Myriad beasts border, divine dominator mountain, the foundation of the sequence. Ever since he had set off from Limitless, Lu Yin still had not thought about how he should appear in the spiritualized universe. Should he fight directly? If that was the case, they might as well join forces with the consciousness universe. However, if they did not fight, their auras would definitely be detected by the spiritualized universe. They would not be able to hide or disguise themselves, and even Xianxia would be able to find them. He originally had some ideas, but now Ba Lu's experience gave him a new idea. Perhaps it was time for the spiritualized universe to change. The spiritualized universe was controlled by Xianxia, and there were 7 major Xianxians under his command. Countless experts from grandmasters were entrenched there, and there were also mad dogs vying for the position of Xianxia. It would be very difficult for the people of the Limitless Belt to resist such a colossus. Even if the top experts could resist the spiritualized universe, how long could they last? Lu Yin wasn't here to court death. He was here to destroy the spiritualized universe as much as he could so that the spiritualized universe would not be able to plot against the Tianyuan universe. What was more destructive than violating a taboo? When he thought of this, Lu Yin's gaze landed on the 8 willows again and he smiled. Congratulations, your dream has come true. The 8 willows felt like he was dreaming. Ever since this youth had told him that his dream had come true, the 5 people behind him had looked at him with much gentler gazes. Then one expert after another appeared in the surroundings. Their auras were piercing to the eyes, and none of them were weaker than City Lord Wuxia, even though he could not sense the difference. Then, although their auras were not strong, they appeared in large numbers and gathered all of the cultivators in Torch City. The 8 willows was sure that these people were not his match in a one-on-one fight, but they outnumbered him. There were more than 100 of them. More than 100 spirit progenitors? There were definitely not that many in the spiritualized universe, but that was an entire universe. The 8 willows had participated in the invasion of the consciousness universe for so many years, but at most, there were only a dozen spirit progenitors in a small team, which was already very exaggerated. The teams that he had participated in usually only had 2 or 3 spirit progenitors. More than 100 spirit progenitors were enough to split into 20 teams. What kind of civilization was this? The 8 willows felt a warm touch and he turned around to meet Yi Yao's confused gaze. He shook his head and did not speak. At that moment the 2 were standing beside Lu Yin. Yi Yao looked at Lu Yin and the 8 willows hurriedly pulled her back. He did not know what Lu Yin was planning, so he did not dare to be impudent. At that moment Wuxia moved. As the strongest person in Torch City and an expert of the sequence laws, he was not weak and could rival the 8 Daoists above the Sky One sect. The one who had knocked him unconscious was a primogenitor. Wuxia woke up with a stabbing pain in his head. He looked around and saw that the ground was littered with people who had fainted. His expression changed and he suddenly turned around to see Lu Yin staring at him. There were also 8 willows and Yi Yao standing beside Lu Yin as well as several other experts. He wasn't impulsive and he didn't dare to be impulsive. He could tell at a glance that those experts were very strong. Slowly getting up, Wuxia looked at Lu Yin. May I ask who you are? Lu Yin sized him up, ranked 16th in the sequence, Devour. To be able to become the owner of this city, you should have Xianxia behind you, right? Who is he? Ba Lu was astonished. Xianxia was in existence from the spiritualized universe. This person represented an unknown civilization and had some understanding of the spiritualized universe. Wuxia frowned. Who are you? You don't know me? Just like Ba Lu, he believed that Lu Yin had come from a spiritualized universe. However, his knowledge far surpassed Ba Lu's, and he had already considered a few places. Xianxian de Xian Xingchuan 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 Pi. My grandfather is Yi Shang. Lu Yin's brows rose. Oh. So that was the round-faced president's grandson. No wonder he could become Torch City's city lord. Right, the Devour sequence. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. No wonder the president was willing to pay the price to obtain the Sky Devourer parasol. It was not for the spiritualized universe but for his grandson. To a spiritualized universe, A sequence foundation like the Sky Devourer parasol was very important, but it was definitely not as important as Tian Yuan. War in the universe was more important. For the Sky Devourer parasol, the president had been willing to give up his advantage in the war. Lu Yin had felt that something was off back then, but because he lacked understanding of the spiritualized universe he had not thought much about it. Now it seemed that the president had clearly left the Sky Devourer parasol for his grandson. His grandson was Torch City's city lord and he was not weak. Once he obtained the Sky Devourer parasol he might be able to take a shortcut to become Xianxia like Baoqi. Of course this would require time and effort. Xianxia would not allow the president to become Xianxia with his grandson, but that would not stop him from preparing for the future. Who are you? If news of you attacking Torch City reaches Lord Xianxia's ears, you might not be able to protect the organization behind you. Furthermore, the two beside you have violated a taboo that Lord Xianxia will not tolerate, Xia said as he looked at Ba Lu and Yao with hatred. However, when he met Ba Lu's gaze he did not see any fear. All he saw was mockery and an unfathomable expression. What did this mean? What did this expression mean? What if I insist on protecting these two? Lu Yin asked. Xia subconsciously answered, then you will become enemies with Lord Xianxia and the entire spiritualized universe. You had best think carefully. This taboo should not be violated. Where are you from? Tell me, and perhaps you have some history with my family. This matter should not reach Lord Xianxia's ears. There was a thud as a figure crashed down nearby. Xia looked over and his expression changed. It was a cultivator who had broken through the sequence. He stared at Lu Yin in shock. Sir, this person is guarding the springboard and cannot be touched. This is also a taboo. Thud, thud, thud. One figure after another crashed down. There were a total of 8 of them and they were the 8 cultivators who had been guarding the springboard. Finally, under Xia's shocked gaze, Lu Tianyi held a transparent square object in his hand and walked over to Lu Yin. Lu Yin took the transparent square object. This is the broken foundation? Xia felt like he was going crazy. What was this person doing? Did he have a death wish? He had taken in Ba Lu and the others attacked Torch City and snatched away the broken foundation. This person was rebelling against the spiritualized universe. He had to be crazy. Wait, that's not right. No one in the spiritualized universe would dare to do such a thing, not even Xianxia. He looked at Lu Yin. You are not from the spiritualized universe. Ba Lu exhaled, finally reacting to the situation. Xia could not be blamed for his slow reaction, as Lu Yin had not revealed any obvious flaws. Lu Yin sized up the broken foundation. He had obtained another sequence foundation, but this sequence foundation was used to protect the springboard. Honestly, if the spiritualized universe was worried that the springboard would attract an unknown civilization, how could Lu Yin not be worried? If there was a day when the 3 universes reached a balance where no one could do anything to the other, then the springboard would need to be protected by all 3 universes. Otherwise, once an unknown civilization was attracted, no one knew what they would face. The spiritualized universe had such a big picture perspective and so did Lu Yin. You are from an unknown civilization and you have been monitoring the springboard all this time. Are you humans? Xia was shocked. Lu Yin frowned. Too noisy. Lu Tianyi pointed out with his Dao of Tianyi. In front of Xia, the devouring sequences law blocked, but it was pierced through by the destruction sequences law. Lu Tianyi's finger pierced through Xia's shoulder, causing blood to spill onto the ground. Xia clutched his shoulder and slowly squatted down. His eyes flickered. He had not been able to block it? This was definitely an unknown civilization. He had never seen such a law before and the spiritualized universe had never seen one before. An unknown civilization had arrived, and the spiritualized universe's worries had come true. The springboard was being monitored by an unknown civilization. Chapter 34:21. The 8 willows were shocked. A single finger pierced through Xia's body. This person's strength was too terrifying. Lu Tianyi was one of the 3 sons and 6 lords of the above heaven sect. He possessed the sequence law of destruction and cultivated the Dao of Tianyi. Ever since the era of the above heaven sect he had been extremely powerful. Although he hadn't fought much since the appearance of the 3 realms and 6 Daos, that didn't mean that he was weak. He was also an expert who could reach the primordial realm. If he really fought he might not necessarily be weaker than the desolate god Hongyan and Mavis. Looking at Xia who was in a sorry state, Lu Yin turned the broken sword on his fingertips and said leisurely, "You're right, but you're also wrong. We're not from the spiritual universe, so we don't have a surveillance platform." There was blood at the corner of Xia's mouth as she stared at Lu Yin. "Tianyuan universe." As soon as these 4 words came out, several sharp gazes fell on Xia, causing Xia to feel a chill. Lu Yin held the broken base and the corners of his mouth curled up. He looked at Xia. "How many people know these 4 words?" Xia was stunned. He really was from the Tianyuan universe. 20 to 30 years ago, a battleship was about to set off from Torch City to invade the Tianyuan universe. This was the second major event in the spiritualized universe that attracted the attention of the world after the war in the consciousness universe. However, the day before the battleship was about to set off, Xianxia stopped it. This caused a huge uproar in the spiritualized universe. No one knew why Xianxia stopped him. Xianxia's reason was that the time wasn't right yet, so he had to wait a little longer. His grandfather contacted several Xianxians and wanted to talk to Xianxia. At the very least, he wanted to give him a proper reason. After all, invading the Tianyuan universe had been the spiritualized universe's grand plan for many years. They were about to set off, but they suddenly stopped. They could not take it. They were Xianxian experts who had crossed the bitter calamity. They could not see the path of eternal life on the bitter calamity Dao. They only wanted to restart the Tianyuan universe. However, Xianxia still did not give an answer. Xia had never expected that after 30 years, the Tianyuan cosmos would actually attack. How could this be? Shouldn't the Tianyuan universe be waiting to be invaded and rebooted? Why were they able to kill their way here? Where did their confidence come from? Where did this strength come from? How did it come about? They should not have known about the springboard. Without it, it would have taken them at least 10,000 years to come here from the Tianyuan cosmos. Could it be that they had set off 10,000 years ago? It wasn't impossible. For an expert to spend tens of thousands of years to cross the distance of a square inch, while this youngster was sealed in ice the entire time, it was possible. However, he could not understand why the Tianyuan universe dared to attack the spiritualized universe. Where did they get their strength from? Also, Lord Xianxia suddenly stopped them. Could it be related to this matter? In front of him, the void distorted as Lu Tiany's finger descended once more, piercing through Xia's other arm. Blood splattered all over the ground. Xia coughed up blood and looked at Lu Tiany with hatred and fear. "I'm asking you, how many people know these 4 words?" Lu Yin's voice rang out. Xia did not dare to hesitate. The entire spiritualized universe knows about it. Lu Yin looked at Ba Lu. Ba Lu said respectfully, "Yes, the spiritualized universe knows about the Tianyuan universe. When the battleship set off, the entire universe saw it off. He hadn't expected them to come from the Tianyuan cosmos. To everyone in the spiritualized universe, the Tianyuan cosmos was a cosmos that could be rebooted and destroyed at any time. There were no powerful cultivators there and everything was under their control. Spiritualized universe experts had long set up a trap in the Tianyuan cosmos. They had always been waiting for the Tianyuan cosmos to be rebooted. As for whether it could be rebooted or not, it was not within their scope of consideration. After countless years, even a child in the spiritualized universe knew that the Tianyuan cosmos belonged to them. It could or should be destroyed and they could snatch and enslave it at any time. 30 years ago, when the battleship had set off from the spiritualized universe, it had attracted the attention of the entire universe. Countless people had cheered as they waited for the Tianyuan cosmos to be rebooted and for the spiritualized universe to give birth to an eternal realm powerhouse. There had been a group of geniuses and elites on that battleship, and they had not been randomly selected. They had been selected through competition after competition, and the entire spiritualized universe's atmosphere had been raised to the highest level. Everything had been done to prepare for the invasion of the Tianyuan cosmos. This was also why the president and the others had been so anxious and had wanted to negotiate with Xianxia. Otherwise, someone as shrewd as the president would not have been so impulsive. Lu Yin stared at the broken foundation in a daze. Behind him, Second Fate and the other 4 had gloomy expressions. Within Torch City, Chu Yi, Celestial Victor, Su Wangtian, and the others had all arrived. Above Limitless, the desolate god opened his eyes and stared at the spiritualized universe. Luo Shan stood in the shadows and sneered. This spiritualized universe really treated the Tianyuan universe as a delicacy. They could eat it however they wanted. To the spiritualized universe, holding a competition to select the elite geniuses who could go to the Tianyuan universe was a reward, the greatest reward. What a joke. The primogenitor laughed. Interesting. The atmosphere has already reached this point, but he still decided to back out. This Xianxia is truly daring. Ha! 2 more figures fell to the ground, still unconscious. Balu raised his eyebrows. Vice City Lords. These 2 were both Vice City Lords of Torch City. Torch City had a total of 1 City Lord and 3 Deputy City Lords. If one wanted to activate a springboard, they would either need the City Lord's orders or the 3 Deputy City Lords would join forces and have the authority. Both sides could restrict each other. This was how Torch City was formed. It was also a miniature version of the authority of the spiritualized universe. No matter how they divided their authority, their strength was still at the level of sequence laws. They were actually unable to withstand a single blow from the Tianyuan universe's experts. Was the Tianyuan universe really that weak? With a thud, another figure fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Don't attack. Calm down. Everyone calm down. The person who fell to the ground was an elder. His head hit the ground in an undignified manner and he shouted before he could recover. Lu Yin looked at the elder. Aside from Xia, everyone else had fainted, but this elder had actually woken up. He was not weak and Lu Yin felt that he was on par with Xia. In fact, he might even be stronger. Nobody made a move and the old man finally recovered. He rubbed his head and looked around and his gaze landed on Lu Yin. A flattering smile appeared on his face and he hurriedly stood up and bowed. Who is the master of this extraordinarily handsome and powerful young master? Let me guess. Could you be Lord Xianxia's disciple? This is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Ba Lu and Yi Yao are your disciples? That's easy. Everything is easy. Lu Yin was amused. They violated a taboo. The elder hurriedly said, no, definitely not. If no one knows, then that means no. If the young master says no, then no. Shameless. Second Life and the others looked down on him. This old man did not have the demeanor of an expert at all. Xia growled, Old Tao, they're from the Tianyuan universe. The elder was puzzled. What? I didn't hear you clearly. City Lord, what's wrong? Why aren't you bowing to the young master? Xia gritted his teeth. This old thing. This old thing was the most troublesome person in Torch City. It was not that this old thing was unworthy of Xia. On the contrary, this old thing cooperated with Xia the most. He would do whatever Xia told him to do and he would not object at all. However, this was precisely what worried Xia the most. He could not find a way to subdue this old man. If the others were unhappy with him, he would either have to find a way to subdue them or eliminate them. This old thing was the only one who treated him respectfully. He was slippery and had no dignity at all. However, he was also one of the Vice City Lords. He was powerful and his seniority was extremely high. He was of the same generation as Lu Yin's grandfather, and he had many connections with the spiritualized universe. Even Lu Yin's grandfather had warned Lu Yin not to touch this old thing. Lu Yin had been Torch City's city lord for so many years, but this old thing had changed from being the most pleasing to the eye to being a thorn. A thorn that could not be removed. It did not hurt, but it was disgusting. We're from the Tianyuan universe, Lu Yin repeated. The elder exclaimed, the Tianyuan universe? That grand universe? That universe that countless people worship and view as a mythical place? Heaven's young master, you're a god. Please accept this old man's bow. If possible, this old man hopes to join the Tianyuan universe. Even if it's just in name, I don't ask for anything else. I just hope to be closer to the mythical place and admire the demeanor of young master and the other experts. After saying that, he really bowed. Lu Yin was speechless. Everyone else in the Tianyuan universe was speechless. Even the primogenitor was stunned. How could there be such a shameless person? A dignified expert of the sequence laws was so shameless. Ba Lu and Yi Yao stared at the elder in a daze. They had not expected a vice city lord to be like this. They had seen Old Tao before. From afar he had the aura of a banished immortal. Up close he had a kind countenance, but now he was shameless. Shameless. Second Purple despised him. Second Purple glared at her. Xia closed his eyes. This old man was just like that. He had no dignity at all. Introduce yourself, Lu Yin said indifferently. The elder hurriedly said respectfully, I'm old Tao. Young master, you can call me little Tao. I'm one of the vice city lords of Torch City. If you have any questions you can ask me. Regardless of whether it's Torch City or the spiritualized universe, I'm willing to contribute my meager strength to the gods of the mythical place. I only hope that young master will be satisfied. Then let's introduce Torch City. Young master, listen to me. This Torch City. Everyone in Torch City had been captured and had yet to wake up. They were all unconscious. At that moment Lu Yin and company were standing in the cosmos. In front of them were endless springboards. These springboards were the channels that connected Torch City and the spiritualized universe. Let's begin, Lu Yin said indifferently. Xianxia took a deep breath and walked into the springboard. He began to connect with the spiritualized universe. He destroyed some springboards in a rhythmic manner and then completed some springboards that were just one step away from being completed. Through the destruction and completion of the springboards, he would create a connection with the spiritualized universe's springboards. This method consumed quite a lot of springboards. Every springboard could only be created by a primordial realm expert. Once they were destroyed, they would have to be remade. Therefore, even though there was a method to connect with the spiritualized universe, it was rarely used. Only the city lord and the 3 vice city lords had the right to use it. It was the same for the spiritualized universe. A message was sent to the spiritualized universe. Xianxia said in a low voice, the next person to reply is Lord Xianxia. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia. Are you willing to accept this? Xianxia was puzzled. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back. As the grandson of Xianxia, your grandfather has already paved the path for you. The foundation of the sequence has also been prepared. You're just waiting for him to abdicate and take up the position of Xianxia. But now I've captured you. Let's not talk about your negligence in losing Torch City. Now that I've captured you, this stain is enough to become a mountain that stops you from taking up the position of Xianxia. Chapter 34:22. Xianxia was filled with hatred. So what? Torch City is too weak in front of you. Wait, how do you know that my grandfather helped me pave the way? How do you know that he prepared the sequence foundation for me? What exactly do you know? Lu Yin did not answer. The more mysterious he was, the more intimidating he would be. Xia's thoughts were in a mess and he could not figure it out. It was one thing for someone from the Tianyuan universe to come to Torch City, but how did this person know about him? He even knew that his grandfather had prepared the sequence foundation for him. What was going on with this person? Suddenly old Tao's words rang out in his ears. Mythological lands, gods. He actually remembered that shameless old man's words. At that moment the springboard in front of him vibrated rhythmically. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Xianxia, it had been a long time. We meet again, Master Lu. This was a message that Xianxia sent to Lu Yin through the springboard. Xianxia understood and was surprised. They meet again? Xianxia had seen this person before? He had been to the Tianyuan universe. His instincts told him that there was a huge secret behind this, but another instinct told him to leave quickly. He could not watch as it would not end well for him. I'll leave first. You can understand it yourself. Xianxia wanted to leave. Lu Tianyi stopped him. It's too late. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin ignored him. He had already learned how to send messages through the springboard. Yes, we meet again. I never thought that you would be able to avoid the time reversal. If you did, you wouldn't be standing here. Is Torch City under your control? That should be within your expectations. The warship stopped at the last moment. You're inviting me into your trap. Don't move the springboard. You don't want to die. Don't worry. I'm just as afraid of unknown civilizations as you are. You've been to the Tianyuan universe, so you should know about the hive. There's an eternal realm existence behind it. I don't know. I'll just kill my way into Immemorial City, kill your master, and then slaughter my way to the above heaven sect. I'll kill the experts of the Tianyuan universe one by one. I don't have time to understand. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Aren't you afraid that I'll use the springboard to fight you to the death if I'm destined to die? But you're not destined to die. Xianxia was very confident. As long as one understood karma, they would know that Lu Yin had to go to the spiritualized universe. Otherwise, only death awaited him. Lu Yin smiled. You want to attack me in the spiritualized universe? You're thinking of a way to stop me from attacking? Tell me about it. Little Ling Cosmos. After a moment of silence, I should have killed Zhen Kai back then. Lu Yin did not reply as he was waiting for Yu Sangtian's reply. After this conversation, more than half of the springboard was destroyed. Torch City was connected to the spiritualized universe, but it had never sent so many messages before. Yixia's heart ached when she saw this, but she was not shocked by the messages she saw. What reversal of time? What killing into immemorial city? What above heaven sect? What karma? What small spiritual universe? What were they talking about? His heart sank to the bottom knowing that he was finished. Regardless of whether he could understand them or not, he would not be able to survive if he knew the names. It was not just the Tianyuan cosmos, it was even more impossible for him to survive in Yusong heaven. Yusang Tian clearly had a secret that only he and the Tianyuan universe knew. He was done for. Even if I don't do anything, you can't reveal that you are from the Tianyuan cosmos. Lu Yin sneered. You want to protect your prestige? Some people are destined to know, but that's fine. We won't expose ourselves. You can think of a way to stop Torch City from revealing it. Then I'll see you in the spiritualized universe. Master Lu, I admire you very much for daring to come to the spiritualized universe. Once you come, your auras will be sensed. You won't be able to hide. Even if I don't do anything, there are plenty of experts in the spiritualized universe. You don't have to worry about that. We'll meet very soon. After ending the message, Lu Yin looked ahead silently. More than half of the springboards had been destroyed. The price of this conversation was rather high. Even if a primordial realm expert wanted to replenish the springboards, it would take a very long time. Most importantly, which primordial realm expert would be willing to slowly build a springboard here? And this was only Torch City's loss. The spiritualized universe's losses were even greater. They were probably all gone by now. If they used the small spiritual universe to stop Yusang Tian, they would lose a peak enemy like Yusang Tian in the spiritualized universe. Even though the spiritualized universe still had many experts, they were not pushovers. In short, they could do whatever they wanted. The spiritualized universe had a bone-deep disdain for the Tianyuan universe, so Lu Yin would let the spiritualized universe see how he would torture them in the end. Now that they were no longer tormented in their own universe, Lu Yin felt like he was a bird flying freely. He stretched lazily and only then noticed the ashen Yixia. What did you understand? Yixia stared at Lu Yin. There was no longer hatred in his eyes, but confusion. He knew that he was doomed. Even if the Tianyuan universe did not kill him, Yusang Tian would not let him off. But Lu Yin looked at Wu Jiang. There's no reason. You're just unlucky. My grandfather won't let you off. I'm not going to kill you. Someone else wants to kill you. Get your grandfather to find trouble with him. Yixia was bitter. He knew that Lu Yin was referring to Yusang Tian. How could he be fine after knowing such a huge secret? This person had only passed on a few words, and Yusang Tian did not dare to act against the people from the Tianyuan universe. Those words were a huge secret, and if he knew, he would die. Lu Yin smiled at Yixia again. Don't be so discouraged. You still have a way out. Yixia looked at Lu Yin numbly. Lu Yin said, Torch City. Yixia did not understand at first, but then his eyes widened as he angrily shouted, You're too vicious. Lu Yin did not have the time to control Torch City. He had Yixia stand against Yusang Tian. Torch City would still be under his control, but from now on he would no longer belong to the spiritualized universe or the Tianyuan universe. He would only live for himself. Torch City was his way of protecting himself. Even if Yusang Tian promised not to act against him, Lu Yin would not believe him. This was because Yusang Tian's secret was too huge. This was the way that Lu Yin was giving him a way out. Torch City was located between the three universes, and Lu Yin would not return it to the spiritualized universe. There was no one in the Tianyuan universe that he could leave behind. After all, there were still many spiritualized experts in the consciousness universe, and they would be troublesome if they returned. He could only let Yixia continue to watch over Torch City. Nothing had changed in Torch City except for Yixia. He had gone from someone who could become Yusang Tian's successor in the future to someone that Yusang Tian could not tolerate. Even his grandfather could not protect him, and he could only protect himself. Lu Yin shrugged. You have to be more ruthless against your enemies. He then straightened his expression, and a torrential killing intent descended upon Yixia. This was the first time that Lu Yin had made a move here, and Xianxia felt as if the entire universe was collapsing. This was much more ferocious than Lu Tiany's attack. He had not felt such despair even when facing his grandfather. Xia's mind crumbled. How could this person be so powerful? It was no wonder that Xianxia called him Master Lu. He was the master of the Tianyuan universe and a top powerhouse. Who do you think I am? I am Lu Yin, the master of the Tianyuan universe. If Xianxia can take your life, then so can I. Remember? This is the way that I'm giving you a way out. Always remember this. Lu Yin left and Xianxia closed his eyes. Everything changed in an instant. Although he was still alive, he had to think of ways to protect himself. He also had to face Xianxia's pressure. His future was dark. Lu Yin had not given him a way out but an abyss. But he had no choice. When he returned to the boundless universe, Lu Yin told everyone about his conversation with Xianxia. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although they were not afraid of Xianxia's pressure, Lu Yin had been forced to reverse time because of Xianxia. Mr. Mu had replaced the primogenitor in suppressing the sequence's cord, and the primogenitor had followed him to the spiritualized universe to deal with Xianxia. Without Xianxia's pressure, they would have a much easier time. Let them do whatever they want. We have no choice. If we go to the spiritualized universe, we'll have to pass through its borders. There's probably a stone door there, and then we'll be chased by the entire spiritualized universe. That's a lot of trouble. This is war, not trouble. We won't have to fight all the time. There'll be a time to rest. There'll be a time when we can escape. Don't be so pessimistic. We're humans and humans get tired. If we're chased by the entire spiritualized universe, they can kill us with their lives. Lu Yin nodded. That's why the first step is to avoid being chased by the entire spiritualized universe. There's no need for us to fight to the death with the spiritualized universe. It's better to join forces with the consciousness universe. Stillwater? With Wu Zhang's ability and elder ancestors' power, I believe we can escape. Xianxia is worried about the spiritual universe, so he will not interfere. Besides, Xianxia is in the consciousness universe, so there will be at most 5 Xianxias attacking us. The spiritualized universes cannot be united. The more uniform their cultivation methods and resources are, the fiercer the competition will be. This is our opportunity. As he spoke, he paused and looked at the crowd. Everyone present was a top-notch expert with good manners and self-restraint. They might not be able to come up with a good solution if they were to try. Fortunately, Lu Yin had thought of it, and it was Ba Lu and the others who had given him the inspiration. I'm preparing to establish an organization that will specifically take in people that the spiritualized universe cannot tolerate, Lu Yin announced. Everyone was puzzled. What do you mean? Lu Yin laughed. Has anyone ever seen someone being hunted down for a treasure? Have you ever seen someone with a blood feud? Some people are like clear water that cannot be tainted. We need such people. As for people like Ba Lu who have violated 2 taboos of the spiritualized universe, we need even more. Everyone work hard. If you have nothing to do, find something for the spiritualized universe. If there are no difficulties, create difficulties for the spiritualized universe. In short, I want to torment the spiritualized universe to death. This organization is called the Dayu Villa. At the city gate of Torch City, the people who had fainted were sent back to their original positions. Lu Yin did not want to touch Torch City anymore, so he wanted to leave it as it was. Xiao would help him explain. Ba Lu and Yao looked at the city gate and held each other's hands. From now on, we are no longer people of the spiritualized universe, right? Yao was at a loss. Ba Lu was firm. No matter where we go, we will be together. Yao smiled and looked at Ba Lu. Be careful. That Master Lu will not help us out of kindness. He has his own motives. Ba Lu nodded. I know. We are at the mercy of others. This is the only way. Besides, he did save our lives. By the way, little Yao is still here. I hid her. Hurry up and find her. Don't lose her. Don't worry. Chapter 34-23. Not long after, the two picked up a cute kitten from an abandoned box in a hidden corner of Torch City. Yao happily hugged it. Little Yao, did you miss me? 8 Willows smiled happily. Ever since we parted, little Yao hasn't eaten or drunk for a few days. I told her that I would definitely bring you here, and she was finally willing to eat. Luckily, we didn't bring her along in the battle or she would have died. I know. If I had any other choice, I wouldn't have hidden her here. Once we escape to the consciousness universe, she can only wander about. I've let her down. Above Boundless, Lu Yin looked at the corner of Torch City. Was that a life form from the consciousness universe? A very small life form from the consciousness universe? The spiritualized cultivators had actually adopted a life form from the consciousness universe. Interesting. Ancestor, she arrived and was shocked. They're actually adopting a life form from the consciousness universe. Can't they? This is a taboo in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin raised his brows. There are so many taboos in this spiritualized universe. Just one. Ancestor, she smiled bitterly. Once a person breaks a taboo, they will no longer care about the taboo that once restricted them. It's obvious that they've adopted this life form for some time. Perhaps this is the first taboo they've broken. Lu Yin looked at Eight Willows and Yao. Was it kind to adopt a life form from the consciousness universe? Although the Dayu Villa existed to stir up trouble, it would not take in people who were wicked beyond redemption. Eight Willows and Yi Yao were rather suitable, and perhaps he could find them a backer. The genesis was not bad. Right, since adopting a life form from the consciousness universe was a taboo, Lu Yin looked at Ancestor Shi. Ancestor Shi did not understand Lu Yin's gaze, but she had a bad feeling about it. What's the difference between adopting and surrendering? Lu Yin looked away. Ancestor Shi sighed as Lu Yin's gaze made her feel danger. Surrendering life forms from the consciousness universe must be confirmed by Xianxia. After all, that's a consciousness. Once it becomes strong, it can take over a cultivator's body. Only with Xianxia's confirmation can it be considered a surrendering life form and survive in the spiritualized universe. And Xianxia will leave a mark after confirming it. At this point, her expression sank. A mark of humiliation for us. At this point, Old Tao arrived and bowed respectfully to Lu Yin. Honorable Lord, I'm here. May I ask what your orders? Lu Yin waved and Ancestor Shi left. Old Tao was astonished. Life form from the universe of consciousness? Yes, it was normal for the Heavens Yuan universe and the consciousness universe to work together. Perhaps it was because of the consciousness universe that the Heavens Yuan universe knew about the spiritualized universe and attacked. It was too obvious that the spiritualized universe wanted to restart them. Although he was astonished, he didn't show it in the slightest. He was as respectful as when they first met and even bowed even deeper. Seeing him, Lu Yin smiled faintly. How was the exchange with Wuxia? Old Tao said respectfully, we exchanged our admiration for Sir. Through City Lord Wuxia, this lowly one's admiration for Sir is like the torrential Milky Way, endless and unstoppable. It's also like the destruction of the starry sky, unstoppable. Wuxia scolded me quite harshly, right? No, absolutely not. Old Tao hurriedly said righteously, in front of this lowly one he doesn't dare to scold my lord, but if he says a single word about my lord, this lowly one will fight it out with him. Wuxia was now clear about his position, and he knew that Xianxia would not let him off. For the sake of Torch City, Lu Yin would not do anything to him. However, Lu Yin didn't care about any of this. He carefully sized up Old Tao. I've gotten to know you, Old Tao. You're not bad, right? Old Tao's hair stood on end and he carefully looked at Lu Yin. What do you mean by not bad? Everything. You're too kind, sir. I still have to learn from you. These words were sincere as he knew about Wuxia's encounter. He sucked in a breath of cold air as he had a deep understanding of Lu Yin's ruthlessness. He could not offend this person even if he was beaten to death. Lu Yin turned to look in the direction of the consciousness universe. Prepare to head to the spiritualized universe with me. Old Tao was shocked. The spiritualized universe? Surprised. Of course he was surprised. He had originally thought that the people from the Tianyuan universe would head to the consciousness universe and join forces with it to deal with the spiritualized universe. He had never imagined that they would actually want to go to the spiritualized universe. Wasn't that just courting death? He admitted that there were many experts in the Tianyuan universe, but they couldn't compare to the spiritualized universe. Xianxia alone should have been able to deal with them. Wuxia had only told Old Tao about his situation, but he hadn't said anything about Xianxia's conversation with Lu Yin or the conditions they had agreed upon. He didn't dare to say anything at all, so Old Tao didn't know about this. Old Tao's reaction also made it clear to Lu Yin that Wuxia hadn't said anything. He was a smart person. Sir, the spiritualized universe is fraught with dangers, especially since you're from another universe. You don't belong to the spiritualized universe. Once you enter, you'll definitely be found and it'll be very easy to find you. He knew that he had no choice, and since Lu Yin had suggested bringing him along, he didn't plan on refusing. He couldn't refuse, but going to the spiritualized universe meant that once he boarded Wu Zhang's ship, he would be a corpse the next time he wanted to get off. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back and calmly said, "You don't have the right to decide where I go. Either come with me or think of a way to escape from me. Choose one." Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio 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 Peak. Old Tao's expression turned ugly as if he had eaten a dead fly. However, he didn't dare to be impudent in front of Lu Yin, so he had no choice but to bow again. "Sir, the direction you point in is where this lowly one will charge. I'll listen to everything you say." Is Torch City currently in an empty period? Yes. A group of people have gone to the consciousness universe, and a small group from the consciousness universe is rushing back. Then let's set off. Leave this place to Xianxia. Old Tao looked at Torch City with nostalgia. After this farewell, he didn't know if he would be able to return alive. Torch City was his favorite place. Not only was he free from the various struggles for power and schemes in the spiritualized universe, but he was also a vice city lord. He was free and unfettered, and he could see all sorts of people heading to and returning from the battlefield. Back then he had used up all his connections to come to Torch City, but not long after he had to leave again. He was too unlucky. Why did he have to be so unlucky? He glanced at Lu Yin's back again. That fiend. Wu Jiang set off towards the spiritualized universe. In all of Torch City, only Xianxia watched as Wu Jiang left. Everyone else had fainted, and it was up to Xianxia to explain things to them. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Spiritualized universe, here I come. The spiritualized universe was similar to the Heaven's Origin universe in that there were many parallel spacetimes. The difference was that the spiritualized universe had opened up many parallel spacetimes and arranged them in 4 different directions according to their rules. The entrances to these parallel spacetimes were connected in some way in the spiritualized universe's main spacetime, and any cultivator could go to any parallel spacetime through this connection. If the entire spiritualized universe was spread out and looked at as a painting, these connected spacetime lines formed a perfect combination. They formed a single word: spirit. At this moment, at the edge of the spiritualized universe, there was a giant stone door with many springboards inside and outside. There were even more springboards here than in Torch City, but because of the conversation between Xianxia and Lu Yin, more than half of them had been used up. On this day, the round-faced old man arrived. He wanted to use Xianxia's authority to contact Torch City. "I'm sorry, Lord Xianxia. Lord Xianxia has ordered that no one is to contact Torch City." The president's expression sank. "I'm Xianxia. I'm sorry, Lord Xianxia." The president looked at the springboards in front of him, which were clearly missing more than half, and his expression turned ugly. What was happening to Torch City? Xianxia controlled the spiritualized universe, but he was not supreme. There were many things that needed to be discussed with Xianxia. The 7 major Xianxians had to know that Torch City had been taken down by the Tianyuan universe. They could not contact Xianxia in the consciousness universe, so they could only inform Xianxia in the spiritualized universe. When the president received the news, he immediately wanted to contact Torch City, but he was rejected. Letting them know the news was out of respect for Xianxia, but not letting them contact Torch City was also Xianxia's right. The president urgently wanted to contact Torch City. Xianxia was a junior that he had painstakingly nurtured, and he had planned a cultivation path for this junior. From birth until now, he understood Xianxia better than Xianxia himself. The Sky Devourer parasol combined with the devouring sequence was enough for Xianxia to compete for Xianxia's position. But now that something like this had happened, he felt that his efforts might have been for naught. He only hoped that Xianxia would not die. As long as he did not die, there would be a chance. In the vast starry sky there was a deep darkness. The distance to the spiritualized universe was no different from the distance to the Tianyuan universe. Above Limitless, Lu Yin released Yuanqi and smiled as he asked 8 Willows and Yi Yao to become his disciples. Yuanqi was stunned as he could not understand what kind of disciple he had accepted. He was Lu Yin's prisoner, so why would he accept a disciple? But under Lu Yin's gaze he did not dare to refute, so he could only accept 8 Willows and Yi Yao. 8 Willows and Yi Yao were equally confused. They did not know Yuanqi and they could not understand why Lu Yin wanted them to become his disciples. Disciple is 8 Willows. Disciple is Yi Yao. Greetings, master. Yuanqi grunted. Although he was confused, he was just accepting a disciple, not a life-and-death battle. Moreover, these 2 disciples seemed to be pretty good. Yi Yao was a soul progenitor, and although she was not proficient in killing, her realm was still there. She was also a cultivator from the spiritualized universe and had come into contact with sequence laws. It was not impossible for her to reach the sequence laws. As for 8 Willows, Yuanqi was even more satisfied. Ling Zhan was a half-step progenitor who could fight progenitors. This was an extremely talented disciple. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with being forced by Lu Yin, this was the first time he had accepted a disciple in so many years. Looking at the man and woman in front of him, they were equally confused. Were they also forced by Lu Yin? He felt a rare sense of familiarity, but of course, it was only a trace. As for them being forced by Lu Yin to become his disciples, Yuanqi coughed. Are you cultivators from the spiritualized universe? 8 Willows respectfully replied, Yes, master. I am Yuanqi. 8 Willows was stunned. Yuanqi? What a familiar name. Yi Yao was also stunned, and then her gaze changed as she blurted out, Yuanqi? 8 Willows was shocked. Yuanqi? Chapter 34-24. Yuanqi's lips curled up and he smiled in satisfaction. This was the reaction he wanted. Forced by Lu Yin to become his disciple? That was impossible. The fact that these 2 little fellows were able to acknowledge him as their master was the fortune of 8 lifetimes. Not bad. Ba Lu and Yi Yao looked at each other in shock. They had never imagined that Xianxia would be the one being forced to become their disciple. They subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression was calm. Nearby, Su Wangtian picked his nose and rolled his eyes. Battlemaster Celestial held his golden staff and looked out into space. Old Tao watched from nearby and he was equally shocked. This was his first time seeing Yuanqi and he had never imagined that Yuanqi would be captured by Lu Yin. He had seen Yuanqi being released from Lu Yin's cosmic ring with his own eyes. But then again it was normal. Yuanqi's Xianxia had gone to the Tianyuan universe a long time ago, and this was one of the things that Xianxia had announced to the spiritualized universe. The great Xianxia had already killed his way into the Tianyuan universe, so there was nothing for the Tianyuan universe to fear. However, since the Tianyuan universe had attacked first, they must have dealt with their internal problems. Yuanqi's Xianxia was the biggest internal problem. It was not surprising that he had been captured. Yuanqi looked at their shocked expressions and was even more satisfied. What? Am I not worthy to be your master? Ba Lu and Yi Yao hurriedly bowed. We would never have dreamed that we could become Yuanqi's disciples. Thank you, master. They then bowed to Lu Yin. Thank you, my lord. Lu Yin smiled. Are you satisfied with this, master? Ba Lu respectfully replied, We wouldn't dare. Lu Yin looked at Yuanqi. Are you satisfied with these 2 disciples? Yuanqi did not know what Lu Yin wanted to do, but he did his best not to appear humble in front of his disciples. Thank you, Master Lu. Lu Yin smiled. That's good. Since they are your disciples, you must protect them. There are many in the spiritualized universe who want to deal with them. Why? Yuanqi looked at Ba Lu and Yi Yao curiously. He knew that the reason why Lu Yin had asked him to take them in as disciples was about to be revealed. Even Yu Xianxia felt a little uneasy. After all, he understood Lu Yin too well. This person's methods of doing things were unconventional, but they were surprisingly effective. Yu Xianxia was definitely being used, but he did not know to what extent. Furthermore, these 2 brats were at most at the spirit progenitor level, so how could they possibly offend Yu Xianxia? As long as it wasn't Yu Xianxia, he could settle it. Ba Lu and Yi Yao looked at each other, not knowing what to say. I come from the 10,000 Beasts border, while Yi Yao comes from the Divine Dominator Mountain. We're together. Yuanqi frowned and didn't react for a moment. Then he thought of something and said in shock, Spirit molting in beast form and spirit molting in human form. You 2 are together. This is a taboo. That's not all. Royal God Mountain is forbidden from marrying outsiders, and they've even adopted a life form from the consciousness universe. Hurry up and let primordial mulberry sky take a look at little Yao. Make her happy. Yuan Qi was speechless and he looked deeply at Ba Lu and Yi Yao. He understood that Lu Yin wanted him to take the lead. Lu Yin's goal in bringing these two along was obvious: to cause trouble for the spiritualized universe, or rather to have the spiritualized universe cause trouble for him. Breaking a taboo was absolutely forbidden in the spiritualized universe, and he wanted them to take him as their master so that he could take the lead. The dignified primordial mulberry sky was harboring two people who had broken a taboo. If news of this spread, Lu Yin would be in trouble. The spiritualized universe would definitely strip him of his position as mulberry sky. His position as mulberry sky was empty. Yuan Qi looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, you want the spiritualized universe to fight for mulberry sky's position? Lu Yin did not refute this, as this was indeed his plan. He wanted to make one of mulberry sky's positions empty and see just how crazy those mad dogs Bao Qi had mentioned before his death were. He wanted to see just how attractive mulberry sky's position was to them. Ba Lu and Yi Yao fell silent, not daring to think too much. They knew that they had been used by Lu Yin, but they had never thought that he would use mulberry sky's level. Yuan Qi sighed. Master Lu, you're a good person. I'm impressed. Lu Yin did not care about Yuan Qi and his gaze landed on Ba Lu and Yi Yao. I saved your lives, so we're even now. Even if you and I are enemies, I will do my best to protect you and give you a chance. If we can safely retreat from the spiritualized universe in the future, you can follow me to the Tianyuan universe. If we can't, then we will die together. This is your fate because you met me. Remember, my name is Lu Yin, Master of the Tianyuan universe. Ba Lu held Yi Yao's hand and slowly bowed to Lu Yin. We understand. Everything is decided by Master Lu. We have no complaints. Yuan Qi sighed. He had complaints, but were they of any use? Now that he looked at these two disciples again, he felt disgusted. By the way, primordial mulberry sky, they are your disciples, so please guide them carefully. I hope that you will treat them as your disciples and develop a relationship with them. Then you will have someone to send you off. Lu Yin's final words made Yuan Qi want to curse. Year after year passed. There was a springboard between Torch City and the spiritualized universe, and there was no need for Lu Yin and the others to build one. This saved them the time needed to build a springboard, and they only needed 10 years to reach the spiritualized universe. 9 years later, Wu Jiang continued to head toward the spiritualized universe. There was only 1 year left before they reached the spiritualized universe. What awaited them was a huge battle. Even if Yu Sangtian did not participate in this battle, there were other Sangtians and some other powerhouses from the spiritualized universe. They might not be able to gain an advantage. Someone's here. Luo Shan's voice rang out. Lu Yin looked ahead and saw that someone was heading toward the spiritualized universe. That was strange. Those who could travel this path were all spiritualized cultivators. Was this person trying to return to the spiritualized universe without the help of a springboard? How long would that take? Furthermore, this person was not very powerful. The only reason he could fly within the space was because of a power vessel. Bring him up. The genius was extremely unwilling and extremely hateful. He hated himself for being so weak. He hated those who had snatched his resources. He hated the spiritualized universe. He hated everyone. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro? He didn't want to die. In this boundless space, even if he died, no one would know. Those despicable hypocrites, he wanted to tear off their masks with his own hands and kill them with his own hands. If his hatred could be converted into strength, Kai Jun felt that he would be invincible. However, what he was facing now was death, and the strange treasure on his body was obviously not going to hold on any longer. Those bastards, instead of killing him, they had left him in a square inch away to wait for death. Those bastards, those bastards. Behind him, an oppressive feeling assaulted him. Kai Jun turned his head and saw an incomparably huge battleship. It was bigger than any battleship he had ever seen. It was even bigger than the battleship heading to the Tianyuan cosmos. How could this be? Where did this spiritualized universe come from? Big battleship? He had seen the battleships that transported cultivators to the consciousness universe. 30 years ago, the battleship heading to the Tianyuan cosmos had been the biggest one he had ever seen, but it still couldn't compare to this one. Who owned this battleship? He opened his arms and wanted to be brought up. He knew that it was futile, but he had no choice. Within the space of a square inch, anyone who was in the middle of a gangplank would be abandoned midway. Regardless of the reason behind the abandonment, those who had the right to abandon others were not simple themselves. Kai Jun had been abandoned, and the person who had abandoned him had a certain status even in Beyond Heaven's supreme palace. During this period of time he had encountered several battleships, but none of them were willing to take him. He tried his best, but he was getting closer and closer to death. This battleship was the biggest one he had ever seen, and he held on to a tiny sliver of hope. An irresistible force swept through his body, and Kai Jun felt the world turn upside down. When he looked around, he saw that he was facing a group of strangers. Beside him, there was a handsome man with wretched movements staring at him. Kai Jun's mouth was dry and he nervously said, "I'm Kai Jun Sr., please give me a ride." "Explain your situation," Old Tao said because Lu Yin had glanced at him. Only Old Tao, Ba Lu and Yi Yao understood the current spiritualized universe. Of the three, Old Tao was naturally qualified to ask questions. Kai Jun looked at Old Tao with uncertainty. "You are Torch City's Vice City Lord?" Old Tao nodded. "Young man, explain your situation." Kai Jun was excited. "Are you really Torch City's Vice City Lord, Senior Old Tao?" "I'm Kai Jun, the descendant of a genius from beyond heaven." "Greetings, Senior." "Genius from beyond heaven? That Kai family?" Old Tao was curious. Kai Jun said, "Yes, that Kai family. He's currently ranked 9th on the White Soul list and he only has 3 blades." Old Tao was puzzled. "Didn't Kai family leave Torch City a long time ago? You all went to the consciousness universe to fight and returned alive. Shouldn't you have returned to the spiritualized universe by now?" Kai Jun bowed deeply to Old Tao. This junior was harmed by a scoundrel and faced death. If it wasn't for Senior passing by, this junior would have already died. "Please accept a bow from this junior." He was about to kneel down when he was stopped by Old Tao. He had no intention of saving this person. Even though Old Tao treated everyone cheerfully and spoke well of them and did not offend anyone, he also did not lean towards anyone. This kind of person was even more heartless. If Old Tao could make the decision, he would not have saved Kai Jun at all, much less spoken to him. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. "How did you get harmed by a scoundrel? Tell me about it." Lu Yin's voice sounded with interest. Old Tao fell silent. Kai Jun was astonished. He had only hoped that these people would bring him to the spiritualized universe, and his matters would not be of interest to anyone else. This was the world of cultivation. Old Tao could not possibly make the decision for him just because of a few words of praise. That was impossible. However, this person was curious about his matters. Kai Jun looked at Lu Yin. Could this young man be Old Tao's disciple or a junior? Lu Yin sized Kai Jun up. "Your cultivation is not high and you're only a spirit warrior. You're relying on a power vessel to survive in this space, but the power vessel itself has a flaw. You're walking towards death and someone is tormenting you. They're pushing you closer to death, but you're powerless and will forever be lost in the darkness. I'm very interested in your matters. Tell me about it and I might be able to help you." Kai Jun did not believe him at all. Help him? Since when was there such a kind person in the world of cultivation? Chapter 34-25. Kai Jun knew that it was impossible, but he still said it. In any case, he would not lose out. If he really encountered a 1 in a billion chance and Senior Tao was willing to interfere, then he would have a chance to obtain what he deserved. With that in mind, Kai Jun told them about his situation. The matter was very simple. The geniuses beyond heaven was a large family. Although it was nowhere close to the likes of God-ruling mountain, the myriad beasts region, or the School of Arts, it was close to the heavenly palace of Jade Water. After all, the Kai family had a person called Kai Sandao, who was ranked 9th on the spiritualized universe's White Soul rankings. The so-called White Soul rankings included the rising stars below the primordial realm. Although it did not include the entire spiritualized universe, it represented the strength of that level to a certain extent. For example, Palace Mistress Jade had once been in the top 3 of the White Soul rankings, but she had retired after breaking through to the primordial realm. As for Kai Sandao, he had entered the rankings. Even though he was at the bottom, it was still quite impressive. With such a height, he had a 70% chance of breaking through to the primordial realm. With this ancestor, the Kai family naturally rose in status. Once Kai Sandao broke through to the primordial realm, The Kai family's status would be close to the heavenly palace of Jade Water. They would be second to none among the many organizations in the Beyond Heaven. Kai Jun's parents were from a side branch of the Kai family. They were very talented, and they had brought the side branch to a level where even the main branch did not dare to look down on them. They had also accumulated a great fortune. However, during the war in the Mind Universe, his parents had died. Kai Jun immediately went from being a side branch genius who had the right to compete with the main branch's disciples to a pitiful wretch whose parents' fortune had been stolen and abandoned. His parents' fortune had been stolen by the main branch's young master, and it was all because of a single sentence from the main branch's little princess. She had even used the Kai family's influence to throw him off the ship, leaving him to fend for himself in the Mind Universe. The main branch's young master knew very well that no one would save Kai Jun. They did not want to bear the crime of killing their own clansmen. Furthermore, Kai Jun's parents had contributed greatly during the war in the Mind Universe. Such a person could not be touched, but he could be thrown away. This was Kai Jun's fate. He did not say much, but he had successfully gained everyone's sympathy. Even Celestial Dosheng looked over. Kai Jun bowed deeply. He did not say anything naive like asking Lu Yin and the others to uphold justice for him. If they wanted to hear it, then they would hear it. As for whether they would interfere, that was not up to him. Old Tao sympathized with Kai Jun, but this was too common for cultivators. Was it fair? It represented ridicule. Ba Lu also sympathized with the talent, but when he thought about himself, he was not qualified to sympathize with others. This person was lucky. It seemed that Master Lu liked this kind of person. The universe was very realistic. It was not easy to survive even if one was born with a monstrous background. The only fairness in the universe was life and death. Everyone sympathized with the prodigy who had gone through such an experience. But on the other hand, if his parents hadn't died and had left him a large family business, his talent wouldn't be bad. He had achieved the strength of a spirit battle master at such a young age. Compared to those ordinary cultivators, he would also be envied by everyone. This was fate, a fate that no one could control. Many people had helped him along his path of cultivation, such as Mr. Mu, Leon's Armada, Astral 10, and many others. He also had the innate gifts that the 7 heroes had given him, the turbid treasures that he had brought with him, the legacy of the Lu family, and the opportunities that others envied. Even so, he had narrowly escaped death several times. Their sympathy only lasted for a moment. There were many people who were more miserable than Kai Jun, and they had seen many of them. Kai Jun himself had never expected anyone to help him. He still had to rely on himself. Lu Yin calmly looked at the prodigy as the objects around him gradually disappeared. Instead, he saw many figures surrounding the prodigy as he used the self-illumination technique. His fingertip. He leaped in a spiral and flicked his finger. A karmic spiral pierced through the figures in the prodigy. At this moment, only the prodigy sensed something strange and looked at Lu Yin. The others could not sense the karmic spiral. The prodigy felt something the moment he was pierced through by the karmic spiral, but it also seemed like he hadn't. He subconsciously looked at his own body, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. So what had that feeling been? Lu Yin relied on the karmic spiral to see part of what had happened to Kai Jun. Everything had a cause and an effect. What he wanted to see was why Kai Jun had ended up in such a state. What was the cause that this effect had induced? He saw 2 youths, one male and one female, toss Kai Jun off the battleship. At his fingertip, the spiral leaped again and pierced through Kai Jun. Kai Jun felt the strange sensation of being pierced through again. He looked at his own body again, but there was still nothing. He looked up at Lu Yin and suddenly felt like he had been completely seen through. It was as if he had no secrets in front of this person. This feeling was like the birth of heaven and earth, where nothing had ever happened and nothing had ever fallen. What was this feeling? Kai Jun could not describe it, but he knew that this one look had given him an extreme sense of worship. He should not have any secrets in front of this person, not even a single one. You've gone too far. We'll help you, Lu Yin said, returning to normal. Kai Jun was stunned and thought that he had misheard. Sir, what did you say? Lu Yin was serious. The Kai family has gone too far. We can't stand it, so we'll help you. Kai Jun heard it clearly and could not believe it. Was there such a thing in the universe? He had described his experiences, but these people had not even confirmed anything and were now willing to help him? Was there really such a kind person? The feeling of meeting Lu Yin's gaze appeared again, and Kaijun could not resist Lu Yin's words. That innate trust made it impossible for him to refute. Everyone looked away. Ba Lu and Yi Yao were the first batch of offenders to join the Dayu Villa. Although this genius wasn't an offender, he gave the Dayu Villa an excuse to cause trouble. Lu Yin liked people like this. If you're willing to let us help you, then join the Dayu Villa. I forgot to tell you that we all belong to the Dayu Villa, and I'm the third master. He then pointed at Old Tao. He's the second master. Stillwater? Old Tao was stunned. Sir, Lu Yin pointed at Yuanqi again. He's the boss's. Yuanqi was speechless. This was forcing him to his death. Kaijun was also stunned. Head of the household? No matter how he looked at it, this form of address didn't sound reliable at all. It felt like he had taken over a mountain and become a king. Had he fallen into a trap? However, with what had happened to him, he was already extremely lucky to be able to survive. He bowed deeply to Yuanqi. This junior greets the first master. Yuanqi ignored him. Kaijun bowed to Old Tao again. Greetings, second master. Old Tao rolled his eyes. Finally, Kaijun bowed to Lu Yin. Greetings, third master. Go and rest. Kaijun retreated. He did not know where he should go, and he just wanted to find a quiet place to stay. Wu Jiang continued to head towards the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin looked up at the sky, hoping that he would run into one or two more unlucky fellows. The Dayu Villa needed to make a name for itself, and only then would it be able to attract the attention of everyone in the spiritualized universe. Once someone noticed, someone would come knocking on their door. They were tormenting themselves to death. Half a month later, Kaijun finally calmed down. At this moment he was in the desert of forgetfulness, looking at the desert with a dazed gaze. He analyzed everything that he had said and heard over the past half a month, and he gradually realized that these people definitely did not sympathize with him. They were just using him. However, he did not know what he could be used for. After thinking about it for a long time, he walked out of the desert of forgetfulness and looked for the man and woman he had seen before. After all, he had cultivated in the spiritualized universe for many years, and he had some ability to judge people. Although he had been a little confused that day, there was one man and one woman who were clearly different from the others. They looked at him differently, and they were one of the few powerhouses who did not give him any pressure. He decided to look for them to understand the situation. A few days later, Kaijun saw Ba Lu and Yi Yao in the treasury. They were strolling around with little Yao. Kaijun walked towards them and bowed. Greetings, seniors. Ba Lu and Yi Yao did not give Kaijun any pressure. It was not that they did not give him any pressure, but rather that the pressure they gave him was much smaller than the others. Now that Kaijun was facing them alone, he felt that the pressure they gave him was not small either. They should be half-step spiritual ancestors or even spiritual ancestors. Why were there so many experts in the Dayu Villa? What is it? Ba Lu asked calmly. Kaijun respectfully replied, since I've joined the Dayu Villa, I feel that I should learn more about it. Fortunately, I met the two of you. Do you have the time to give me some pointers? Yao bent down and hugged little Yao. Little Yao bared its fangs at Kaijun and was very cute. Ba Lu teased little Yao. It's called little Yao. It's very cute, right? Kaijun smiled. Yes, it's very cute. It's a life form from the universe of consciousness. We adopted it without permission. Kaijun's expression changed. When he looked at little Yao again, his gaze was completely different. Adoption without permission was a taboo in the spiritualized universe. He looked at Ba Lu. Before he could say anything, Ba Lu continued, I'm from the 10,000 Beast territory. You can see that. She's called Yi Yao from the Royal God Mountain. We're together. After that, Ba Lu teased little Yao again and slowly left with Yi Yao. Kaijun was dumbfounded. What was going on? How was this possible? She had taken in a life form from the universe of consciousness without permission. Not to mention the fact that the woman was from the Royal God Mountain. The Royal God Mountain forbade marriage with the outside world. This was a strict order from the Royal God Mountain. They had violated 3 prohibitions in a row. By the way, the first master is Yuanqi. Kaijun suddenly turned around and was shocked. Xianxia? Yuanqi? Ba Lu and Yi Yao had already left, leaving Kaijun in confusion. He could not see the Dayu Villa clearly, but he knew that his life was completely different from before. What he was going to face next would be completely beyond his imagination. Perhaps he was involved in Xianxia's battle. At the boundary of the spiritualized universe, the president once again requested to contact Torch City. Xianxia's reply was very simple. He did not allow them to contact Torch City, but allowed the president to go to Torch City to deal with this matter. The president could not understand this result, but since he could go to Torch City, he would naturally go. In order to prevent any accidents, the head guild master continuously recruited experts from his faction. Whether it was hiring experts, benefits, or favors, he used all of them. Wuxia was the only one in his generation who could succeed Xianxia. He tried his best to make Wuxia the city lord of Torch City. With this qualification, as long as she was strong enough, she could succeed Xianxia and protect their Chamber of Commerce for another generation. This was the spiritualized universe's Chamber of Commerce. It was the future of the entire region. Nothing could happen to it. The Tianyuan universe? He wanted the Tianyuan universe to know how terrifying the Tianyuan universe was once they went all out. Chapter 34-26. Under the general president's summons, more and more experts arrived at the border of the spiritualized universe. There are already 6 spirit ancestors and Xianxia is still recruiting. Someone at the border was discussing. Not only that, I just saw 2 more spirit ancestors arrive. 2 sequence law experts have already arrived. That's Dong Yi. Dong Yi is here too? That's right, he was trained by the Chamber of Commerce. That's Dong Yi. He's 7th on the White Soul list. Anyone who can get on the White Soul list has a 90% chance of reaching Spirit Genesis. The next step is to compete for Xianxia's position. They're only 2 steps away from Xianxia. You can't say it like that. These 2 steps have stumped too many people. There are many spirit beginning experts in the 36 domains, but there are only 7 in Xianxia. Have you forgotten how tragic Xianxia's ascension was back then? If Bao Qi hadn't taken a shortcut and obtained the Cauldron Bell, he might not have gotten Xianxia's position. Shut up, Xianxia isn't someone we can talk about. Be careful not to cause trouble. As time passed, more and more experts gathered at the border. The general president was waiting. He didn't know that Wu Jiang had arrived. Xianxia knew, but he didn't say anything. He allowed the general president to go to Torch City, but could they really go? The general president turned around and a murderous intent flashed. The 3 assassins had also arrived. In order to invite the 3 assassins, he had paid a great price. 30 years ago they had gathered to invade the Tianyuan universe, and there had been 3 assassins. The 3 of them weren't weak when they joined forces. Only 3 blades had also arrived. The general president had used a lot of favors to invite the Kai family. Although 3 blades was far from being Xianxia's match, he was still on the White Soul list, so Xianxia couldn't order him around. In order to invite 3 blades, the general president had used up all the favors he had given the Kai family. The arrival of 3 blades shocked the border again. Dong Yi was able to come because he was trained by the Chamber of Commerce, and 3 blades' arrival showed them the general president's influence. So far, the general president had recruited 3 sequence law experts, 12 spirit ancestors, 2 White Soul list experts, and 3 assassins. Outsiders couldn't detect them at all. With so many powers gathered, the president was confident that he could fight against the people from the Tianyuan universe. How many experts could a mere Tianyuan universe send? Although he was surprised that the Tianyuan cosmos had taken the initiative to come here, the Tianyuan cosmos still had primordial origin and Tianxi. These people might have fled, but he did not believe that the Tianyuan cosmos could defeat primordial origin and the others, much less the Eternals. Even if he did not make a move himself, the strength he had gathered was enough to fight Xianxia. The main guild leader immediately contacted Xianxia and requested to head to Torch City. Xianxia did not reply. The president continued to contact them. Half a month later, the president was still unable to contact Xianxia. His face darkened. Xianxia couldn't have played him. After all, he was Xianxia. Xianxia wouldn't do such a thing. But why did he ignore him? He could only continue contacting her patiently. Leaving the spiritualized universe without Xianxia's permission was a crime. Another month passed, and on this day the president finally contacted Xianxia. With Xianxia's approval, they could head to Torchfire City. The president ordered, "Open the door." The huge stone door opened. On the battleship, the president stood beside several sequence law experts. They looked into the distance. 10 years. In 10 years he could reach Torchfire City. He hoped that Xianxia would not die. Those people from the Tianyuan universe would definitely flee to the consciousness universe. But no matter where they fled, they were doomed. 40 years ago he had not invaded the Tianyuan universe. Since he had failed to achieve his goal of invading the Tianyuan universe, he would deal with the Tianyuan universe's cultivators first. The battleship was about to set sail when a small dot appeared in the darkness. It was getting closer and closer. The president frowned. What was that? Was that a battleship? He had never seen such a battleship before. Suddenly the president had a flash of inspiration. Tianyuan universe. Xianxia had only replied now. It had been exactly 10 years since the incident at Torchfire City. Those people were from the Tianyuan universe. Not good. Close the door. In an instant the president cleared up his thoughts. His heart sank to the bottom. He had underestimated the Tianyuan universe. Previously he had believed that the Tianyuan universe had come to Torch City because they had received an invitation from the consciousness universe to work together against the spiritualized universe, or that they had fled the Tianyuan universe and given up on it. As a result he did not pay too much attention to it. He only wanted to go to Torch City to deal with it, but now that he saw that the Tianyuan universe had taken the initiative to attack the spiritualized universe, he knew that he was in deep trouble. Stillwater? Pete, going to Torch City and going to the spiritualized universe were two completely different concepts. The fact that the Tianyuan universe had the confidence to attack the spiritualized universe meant that they were extremely powerful. He was no longer thinking about how to deal with the experts of the Tianyuan universe. Instead he wanted to stop them outside the stone door. He couldn't let them in. He had also figured out Xianxia's goal. Xianxia had given him time to gather the experts of his faction, and they were all gathered at the border. If this war started, the people of his faction would most likely die. He would not allow that to happen. Absolutely not. If he sacrificed the experts of his faction for Xianxia, then who would protect Xianxia and become Xianxia? The giant stone door slowly closed. Above Wuxia, the progenitor looked into the distance. He took a step forward and instantly appeared before the stone door. He raised his arms and easily pushed the stone door open, causing a commotion in the spiritualized universe. A completely unfamiliar feeling appeared. In front of the progenitor was the sealed realm, and the president immediately tried to push him away. Is this the sealed realm? The progenitor struck out with a palm, causing the starry sky to tremble. The sealed realm actually showed signs of collapsing. The president was shocked. This was an expert on Xianxia's level. Retreat. Everyone retreat. The progenitor's figure disappeared as he headed towards the president. Wujiang passed through the stone door and entered the spiritualized universe. At that moment the spiritualized universe's sky changed. Xianxia's gaze landed on the border. At that moment, the Tianyuan universe had officially invaded the spiritualized universe. The tributary of the River of Time also experienced a reversal. At that moment the history of the spiritualized universe changed. No one knew where the future would lead except for Xianxia. He had schemed against the president and wanted to use the Tianyuan universe to bury the Grand Commons. He had also schemed against Lu Yin. Karma was enough to bury Lu Yin. Although Lu Yin had not avoided the reversal of time, he had retained his memories. This was his strength. When he reactivated the little spiritual universe, everything would be settled. Whether it was the spiritualized universe, the Tianyuan universe, or the consciousness universe, they would all be toyed with. Chu Yi, Desolate God, Lu Tianyi, Celestial Victor, and the others walked out of Wujiang and charged towards the spiritualized universe's border. At the spiritualized universe's border, besides the Grand Commons experts gathered by the president, there was also a group of cultivators who had originally been guarding the border. Although these cultivators were not peak powerhouses like the president, Dong Yi, or only Sandao, the number of sequence laws powerhouses far exceeded the entire region. More than 10 sequence laws powerhouses moved out. They joined forces with the Grand Commons. Only the immemorial battlefield and the tributary of the River of Time could be seen. The Tianyuan universe's border battlefield could be compared. Those were all sequence laws powerhouses. But no matter how many there were, it was useless. Lu Yin had Su Wang at his waist and the strength beast at his shoulder. With a wave of his hand, the stars were extinguished and replaced the sky. Under the sky palace, the power of the constellation circulated and shattered the endless void. Su Wang and the strength beast all charged out. There was also a battleship in front of Wujiang, but it was much smaller. This was the ship that the president and the others had planned to use to head to Torch City. On the battleship, Dong Yi, Kai Sandao and the others were shocked. Experts that made their hearts tremble walked out of Wujiang. How could there be so many of them? Kai Sandao did not even think before fleeing. Dong Yi wanted to leave as well, but he was too late. Su Wangtian had already arrived and was playing with the void. The Su secret word used the stars as chess pieces. The chess pieces could be destroyed, but the board could not. He held a slipper in his hand and seemed to have no image at all, but it was a disaster. In a corner, the three assassins looked at each other. Are we leaving or not? We've been hired. We can't leave. If we don't leave, we're dead. Dong Yi was instantly suppressed. Let's go. It was also too late as the second anima had targeted them. Perhaps this was fate. In a tributary of the River of Time, the three assassins had killed the Forsaken Path and attracted the second anima. Both sides had fought to the death on the spiritualized universe's battleship, and the second anima had used a life for a life to wear down the three assassins. Now the three assassins were facing the second anima once again. The only difference was that the Luo Shan had joined in this battle. The desolate god had torn apart the spirit progenitor with a swipe of its claws. Dou Xing, the celestial's golden staff, swept out and no one could block it. Mu Zhu Yiqing and the other experts suppressed the border. Green sword light from the ancestors' light-sifting sword swept out, destroying the essence, energy and spirit. 8 Willows, Yi Yao genius and even Old Tao were stunned. Was this a war? No, this was a massacre. This was the border of the spiritualized universe, and even Sang Tian had appeared, but he was being slaughtered. When had the spiritualized universe ever been so weak? Lu Yin had not expected Yu Sang Tian to be so bold. Of the 7 Sang Tians in the spiritualized universe, 2 were in the consciousness universe. Meng Sang and the one true god did not know of the situation, but Lu Yin was the origin. Baoqi was connected to Lu Yin by karma, so it was normal that Yu Sang Tian did not allow him to appear. What about the other Sang Tian? Sang Tian from the School of Arts had not appeared either. Lu Yin had thought that a difficult battle would await him here. Yu Sang Tian would gather countless experts from the spiritualized universe to attack him. However, this group of people could not compare to the experts from the tributary of the River of Time that had invaded the Tianyuan universe. What was Yu Sang Tian thinking? Had he allowed Lu Yin to enter the spiritualized universe? Was he really that confident that everything was under his control? The more Yu Sang Tian allowed Lu Yin to do as he pleased, the more uneasy Lu Yin felt. However, this uneasiness would disappear as his strength increased. If Yu Sang Tian dared to play big, then so did Lu Yin. It was just a matter of who would play bigger. This border might as well disappear and see what Yu Sang Tian was capable of. The starry sky around the heart spread out, and those who had already escaped did not count. Those who remained would not be able to escape. No one could stop the experts of the Tianyuan universe. The difference was too great. If this had been a spiritualized universe, it would have been equivalent to using sequence laws to fight against Sang Tian. There was simply no comparison. The Tianyuan universe did not even need to sacrifice anyone. There were simply too many top-notch experts. The spiritualized universe had never been invaded like this before, and blood was not enough to describe it. In the end, the president fled and abandoned the sealed world. Chapter 34-27. As someone who had crossed the bitter adversity, Sang Tian had abandoned his sequence foundation to save his life, and even the progenitor had not been able to catch him. Don't worry about it. He's someone who has crossed the bitter adversity, and he's been a Sang Tian for far too long. Senior, you've been suppressing the sequence's strings in Primeval City. In terms of cultivation time, he might not be any slower than you, Lu Yin consoled. The progenitor rolled his eyes. He didn't rely on his strength to escape. He relied on a turbid treasure. Lu Yin was astonished. He has a turbid treasure? What do you think? Turbid treasures are rare, but what's so strange about someone at the bitter adversity obtaining one? Don't you have one as well? The probability of you obtaining a turbid treasure is much lower than Du Kui obtaining one. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. Then why hadn't the president used a turbid treasure in the tributary of the River of Time? Was it not time to save his life? Against the progenitor, he had abandoned the sealed world and used a turbid treasure instead. Perhaps even Yu Xian did not know about this treasure. This is what you wanted. The progenitor gave the sealed world to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had never obtained a sealed world in the tributary of the River of Time, which was ranked 5th among the 10 sequence foundations. It had a boundless amount of sequence particles, and it had been condensed by 359 sequence foundation powerhouses since ancient times. It was the most sequence foundation that Lu Yin had ever seen. The president had tried his best to protect the tributary of the River of Time, and now he had obtained it in his first battle against the spiritualized universe. The president had retreated and the spiritualized powerhouses had been killed one after another. Dong Yi had lost to Su Wangtian. Their strength had been about the same, but Su Wangtian had the slipper and Lu Tianyi had joined the battle. The other spiritualized cultivators had long since been defeated. Lu Yin immediately collected all the sequence foundation powerhouses and the spirit progenitor's corpse. He then controlled Boundless to fly away from the border. They had only dealt with the powerhouses, and there were still many cultivators below the spirit battle realm at the border. Lu Yin did not attack these people not because he was soft-hearted, but because he wanted to see how Yu Xian would suppress this matter. Yu Xian was the only one who had spoken to Torch City. He had not taken precautions against the invasion of the universe, which was a dereliction of duty. If news of this battle spread, Yu Xian's prestige would definitely be damaged. However, Lu Yin had still underestimated Yu Xian. Although they hadn't made a move, none of the remaining cultivators at the border had survived. Only 2 people were still alive. One was the guild leader and the other was Sandao. With only 3 strikes he had slipped away at the beginning of the battle. He was faster than anyone else. As for the president, he didn't say anything. As for the border, Yu Xian had ordered a change of guard. The cultivators who had been stationed at the border had already gone to torch Fire City. Although it seemed far-fetched, it was suppressed by Yu Xian's unparalleled might. Kai region. This was where the Kai clan was located. Just as Sandao escaped back to the Kai domain, before he even reached the Kai clan, a vast pressure descended. He hurriedly knelt down. Only 3 swords. Listen to Yu Xian's instructions. If you have any orders, I will not dare to disobey. The vast pressure came and went as quickly as it came. Only Sandao knelt for a long time before he got up. He heaved a sigh of relief knowing that his life was saved. He would never say a word about what happened at the border, not in this lifetime. He knew that he had witnessed a scheme that had buried the Grand Universal Domain and the experts of the General President's faction. He wasn't a member of the Grand Universal Domain and had only been invited by the General President to help. That was how he had managed to save his life. On the other side, in the Grand Universal region, the President fled back, battered and exhausted. A vast pressure descended. The President clenched his fists. What about the sealed world? The President's face turned pale. Dare I ask you, Xian, why didn't you do anything? Where is the sealed world? The head guild master's mouth was bleeding, but he endured it. The sealed world has been lost. Please punish me, Yu Xian. Since you have lost your sequence foundation, you should be stripped of Xian's position. In consideration of your many years of hard work, I will allow Wuxia to inherit Xian's position. The president looked up in surprise. Wuxia? Hand over the turbid treasures, is that all? The president's eyes flickered as he bowed deeply. I understand. When Wuxia inherits Xian's position, the turbid treasure will be given to Yu Xian. Then bring him back. With that, Yu Xian's pressure disappeared. The president stood where he was and looked at the ground. His round face was pale and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood as he laughed bitterly. He had been schemed against once. Would he be schemed against a second time? Allow Wuxia to inherit Xian's position? Hand over the turbid treasures in exchange? Wrong, very wrong. He did not know what Yu Xian was planning, but a turbid treasure was not enough to buy Xian's position. Once Xian's position was vacant, how many people would fight for it? Even Yu Xian might not be able to suppress it, let alone Wuxia. What exactly happened to Wuxia? Even Yu Xian schemed against him just to bring Wuxia back. Tianyuan Universe, Wuxia, Torch City. Something must have happened in Torch City. Wuxia might know something. He could not come back. Wuxia definitely could not come back. The president fell to the ground and wiped the corner of his mouth. He was too stupid. He had actually been schemed against by Yu Xianxia and had sent the Grand Domain's bloodline to ruin. After being in Xianxia's position for so many years, he had lost his vigilance. He should have realized it earlier. He did not hate the Tianyuan universe, he only hated Yu Xianxia. Even though he had been utterly defeated by the Tianyuan universe in this battle, the president still felt that the Tianyuan universe was nothing to fear. This was the contempt that everyone in the spiritualized universe felt. Even though there were many experts in the Tianyuan universe, they could not escape the fate of being reactivated. He hated Yu Xianxia. Yu Xianxia had used the Tianyuan universe to ruin the Grand Domain's future. Regardless of whether it was him or the Tianyuan universe, they were all pawns. However, this pawn had still woken up. Those people from the Tianyuan universe would definitely end up in a miserable state. From Yi Shang's point of view, his thoughts were not wrong. However, he would never have imagined that the 37 years they had lost had allowed Lu Yin to come into contact with Yu Xianxia. This had also allowed Lu Yin to gain a better understanding of the spiritualized universe. Wu Jiang headed towards the depths of the spiritualized universe. No matter which direction he went, he would first avoid the border. At this moment, Lu Yin and the others were also puzzled. The spiritualized universe should not have only so few experts to stop them. They also discovered something even more strange. Aside from the cultivators who had originally been guarding the border, the rest belonged to Yi Shang. This was not because of Yi Shang's identity, but because of his obedience. They could tell at a glance. In the end, they came to the same conclusion as Yi Shang. Yu Xianxia was extremely confident that he would allow the Tianyuan universe to enter. He was confident that he could eliminate them. Before that, he would use the Tianyuan universe to deal with the spiritualized universe. This was killing two birds with one stone. Su Wangtian picked his nose and said, "He's so confident that he can deal with us. It seems that Yu Xianxia is a little arrogant." The primogenitor said solemnly. That round-faced guy directly said that he was an expert at Yu Xianxia's level. "That's because I used my full strength from the start. According to this, Yu Xianxia can at least maintain the same level of strength as me at my peak. His strength is definitely not below that of an eternal at his peak. Can we deal with Yu Xianxia with so many of us?" "Unlikely. It's a little unlikely." Yuan Qi said, "Yu Xianxia's strength is not enough. Don't test him." Lu Yin frowned and thought about the tributary of the River of Time. Yu Xianxia had slaughtered his way into the Above Heaven sect and caused a river of blood to flow. In the distance, Kai Jun's heart trembled. What did he just hear? These people were discussing how to deal with Yu Xianxia? This group of lunatics was talking about Yu Xianxia. In the entire spiritualized universe, Yu Xianxia was the strongest besides Wu Ji. He was not someone who could be defeated by humans. Wu Ji was an illusory existence, and many people secretly said that Yu Xianxia had made it up to control the spiritualized universe. But even if that was true, who would dare to go against him? Even Yu Xianxia could not do it. What were these people trying to do? Daoist Villa? He had never heard of it before. Ba Lu and Yi Yao were already used to it. They were very clear that Daoist Villa wanted to overturn the spiritualized universe. Alright, let's think about where Daoist Villa should be built. Lu Yin looked at Old Tao and said, "You tell us." Old Tao did not dare to confirm such a thing. If he did not handle it well, he was afraid that Lu Yin would think that he had deliberately led them into a trap. He could only explain the spiritualized universe's situation and let Lu Yin and the others make their choice. There were many parallel universes in the spiritualized universe, which was similar to the Tianyuan universe. The only difference was that the spiritualized universe had long since unified the cultivation model. This general trend allowed many parallel universes to be connected to the spiritualized universe's main universe, which was the spiritualized universe. Any parallel universe that was discovered could be connected to a spiritualized universe, but as more and more parallel universes appeared, the spiritualized universe gradually stopped being directly connected. Instead, 36 parallel universes were chosen to be connected to the spiritualized universe. At the spiritualized universe's entrance, the parallel universes were connected by a substance known as spirit threads. If one spread out the entire spiritualized universe, they would discover that the spirit threads formed a word. Spirit. The spirit thread's significance was not only to form this word, but also to mark out the paths of the parallel universes. This allowed the spiritualized universe's cultivators to know where the entrance was. Using the entrance to the parallel universes, the spiritualized universe's cultivators developed regions. Each region was close to a parallel universe, and according to the characteristics of the parallel universes, different regions would appear. These regions were called the 36 domains. Following Old Tao's introduction, Lu Yin and the others began to understand the spiritualized universe's concept. Every universe had its own unique characteristics. The Tianyuan universe's origin space's innerverse had a tributary of the astral river that separated the regions. Following the establishment of the Above Heaven sect and the unification of the Tianyuan universe, countless parallel universes had been connected to the origin space. However, due to the lack of time, Lu Yin had not had the time to plan it out. The spiritualized universe had clearly been developed many years ahead of time, and it had a fixed plan and usage method. Being able to connect the intersections of parallel universes to form the word spirit not only showed the spiritualized universe's control over the entire universe, but it also showed their ambition to jump out of the universe's structure. This might have been the work of that masterclass. As the parallel universes developed their own unique regions, they were equivalent to extensions of the parallel universes. One could even say that they were the essence. After all, these regions were spiritualized universes that directly faced beyond heaven. Chapter 34-28. Xianxia represents the spiritualized universe commerce chamber of commerce, and it originated from one of the 36 filaments, the Grand Omnium domain. As the Chamber of Commerce developed and Senior Shang's status rose, the Grand Omnium domain became one of the top 36 filaments. The Imperial God Mountain that you all know also comes from the Myriad Beast territory. The Gate of Law is also one of the 36 filaments. Old Tao displayed a map of the spiritualized universe and pointed out Wu Zhang's current location. Lu Yin pointed at the point where the word spirit intersected, which was the beginning of the word fire. Is there a domain here? Old Tao nodded. That's the 100 Grass domain, which is equivalent to the center of spiritualized spacetime. It's connected from top to bottom. Xianxia is in the Supreme Heaven Palace beyond heaven, right? These 36 filaments all belong to heaven beyond heaven, so where is Xianxia? Xianxia is not one of the 36 filaments. The Supreme Palace is the Supreme Palace, and it commands the 36 filaments. However, the Supreme Palace does not exist in the 36 filaments. It has its own parallel spacetime that surpasses spiritualized spacetime and is connected to the 36 filaments. There are also spirit threads that connect the entrances to the 36 parallel spacetime, which are called little spirit threads. They also form the word spirit. Yuanqi looked at Old Tao. How do you know? Old Tao respectfully replied, Senior has been away from the spiritualized universe for too long, and many rules have changed. When you were here, the Supreme Palace did not allow anyone to enter. Only Xianxia and the 7 Sang geniuses could enter. Others could only enter with special permission, and no one was allowed to spread news about the Supreme Palace. But as time passed, more and more people learned about the Supreme Palace, and someone spread the news, causing the entire spiritualized universe to know about it. When I became Torch City's Vice City Lord, I was fortunate enough to enter the Supreme Palace with 2 other Vice City Lords. Yuanqi understood and did not ask any more questions. Tell me more about the 100 Grass domain, Lu Yin said. He wanted to go to the center so that the spiritualized spacetimes people could join him. Old Tao said, there's nothing special about the 100 Grass domain. It's been ruined for a long time, but there have been rumors recently that it will be cancelled and a new parallel spacetime will replace the 100 Grass domain. The 100 Grass domain is ruined? Yuanqi was shocked again. In his impression, the 100 Herb territory was quite powerful. Old Tao explained once more, Senior, in your time the 100 Herb region was at its peak, all because of the miraculous 100 Herbs. However, with one person's words, the 100 Herb region completely declined, and it was difficult to return. Now it faces the fate of being replaced. It has something to do with Xianxia, Yuanqi said. Old Tao nodded his head. This person is called Yushan. He is Xianxia's disciple. This sentence came from him. Lu Yin did not disturb him and instead listened quietly. This place was related to Xianxia and it had completely declined. It was a good place. The 100 Herbs region originated from the 100 Herbs universe. The Hundred Herbs universe was a rather magical universe discovered by the spiritualized universe. This magical universe originated from the Hundred Herbs region. Hundred grasses did not refer to 100 different types of grasses. It was the name of a single type of grasses. However, a single grass could give birth to 100 different types of grasses. Once planted, there were 100 different possibilities of what would grow. No one knew what kind of grasses would be unearthed, but every possibility would be helpful to cultivators. It was just that the focus of their help was different. When the Hundred Herbs region had first appeared, countless cultivators from the spiritualized universe had gone there to obtain the 100 herbs. This was because once they encountered a grass that suited them, it would be like a heavenly treasure that would be of great help. The Hundred Herbs region was one of the top 36 regions because of the Hundred Herbs region. There was only one way to obtain the 100 herbs. That was to go to the Hundred Herbs universe to search for them. They would eventually grow in the Hundred Herbs region and could not grow in the outside world. The 100 herbs were not fixed in the Hundred Herbs region and could move around. It would take an average cultivator about 5 years to find a single 100 herb, and waiting for the 100 herbs to grow would also take time. There were 100 possibilities and the chances of finding one that suited them were not high. Fortunately, the 100 herbs had 6 leaves, which meant that there were 6 chances. If a plant that did not suit them grew, they could cut it off and try again. Each time it grew, it would take about 5 years. If all 6 chances were used up, it would take about 30 years. Cultivators had different paths, so they could only use 6 out of 100 chances. It was very difficult to find a plant that suited them completely, but it was possible to find one that roughly suited them. It seemed like a long time, but in fact it did not affect the cultivators at all. During this time they could do their own things and let the 100 herbs grow. The 100 herbs region would take care of it for them. This was also a benefit given by the 100 herbs region. All they had to pay was the time spent searching for the 100 herbs. During that period, there were constantly people who grew stronger because of absorbing the 100 herbs, causing more and more people to gather in the 100 herbs region. The 100 herbs region took the opportunity to absorb many talents and was extremely prosperous. In addition, the 100 herbs region's master was also that generation's Xianxia. In that era, the 100 herbs region was in the limelight, and even Xianxia could not suppress it. However, with a single sentence from a person, the 100 herbs region completely declined. Zhou Xian went to the 100 herbs universe and found 100 herbs seed to grow in the 100 herbs region. 5 years later, a stalk of grass would grow, but it was not suitable for him. Normally, he should leave and the 100 herbs region would take care of it for free. He could come back 5 years later and no one would take it away. However, he gave the 100 herbs to a person who was very suitable for cultivation. He said, "Instead of cutting it and waiting for 30 years to find a suitable opportunity, it is better to give it to someone else and let him look for it. In the same 30 years he can find 6 stalks of 100 herbs waiting to grow. The probability is the same as cutting the 100 herbs and waiting to grow. However, this way he can help 5 cultivators. In the same time, with the same probability, he can help more cultivators. Isn't that wonderful?" As soon as he said this, Xianxia personally came and praised him for his kindness. He took him in as a disciple and gave him the name Zhou Xian. The person who obtained the 100 herbs was grateful. After absorbing the 100 herbs, his strength increased greatly, and he entered the White Spirit list in that generation. This and Zhou Xian being taken in as a disciple by Xianxia became 2 legends in the spiritualized universe. They benefited, but it made others who found the 100 herbs feel bad. They were not willing to give it to others. While waiting for 5 years to grow, they could do what they wanted to do and cultivate. If they gave it to others, they would have to keep looking for the 100 herbs. What they wasted was their own time. In fact, if it was just Zhou Xian's words, no one would care. Cultivators did not care about this and no one would be affected by him. However, this person's actions were praised by Xianxia and he was taken in as a disciple. He was in the limelight and his words were too righteous. No one could refute him. Especially later, when someone cut the 100 herbs because they did not fit him, Zhou Xian found out and scolded him. That person was ostracized by everyone. In the end, after he died, no one went to the 100 herbs universe to look for the 100 herbs. Wasting 5 years to find the 100 herbs was very likely to benefit others. Even if they were to sell it, they were not willing. They wanted the 100 herbs that were suitable for them, not for business. After a long time, no one went to the 100 herbs universe. An Sang Tian from the Hundred Herbs universe died while fighting in the Consciousness universe. In the end, it led to the decline of the Hundred Herbs universe. After Old Tao finished speaking above Wu Jiang, for a long time there was silence. Everyone sighed. They immediately understood that this was Yu Sang Tian's evil scheme against the Hundred Herbs universe. Regardless of whether Yu Shan was sincere or not, it was a fact that his words had destroyed the Hundred Herbs universe. One person, one word had destroyed an entire universe. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Yu Sang Tian was even more sinister than he had imagined. This person was definitely not as simple as being at the peak of his power. Yuanqi sighed. Back then, the Hundred Herbs Mulberry Sky did not accept Yu Sang Tian and had many conflicts with him. If any of the 7 great Mulberry Skies had a problem with Yu Sang Tian, the Hundred Herbs Mulberry Sky would stand up for him. At that time I knew that he was going to be unlucky. Yu Sang Tian did not directly attack the Hundred Herbs universe, but his words were more effective than anything else. He caused the Hundred Herbs universe to decline in the same way that it flourished. How ruthless. The primogenitor was in seclusion, and this gave Lu Yin a new understanding of Yu Sang Tian. He had to be on guard against this person. Zhuzi, try not to disturb me from now on. Lu Yin nodded and looked at the star chart. He decided, let's go to the Hundred Herbs universe. Boundless Void's journey through the spiritualized universe's starry sky attracted countless gazes. Due to the war in the consciousness universe, there were many battleships in the spiritualized universe, but Boundless was the only one. It was bigger than any other battleship. Along the way there were people who wanted to ascend Wu Jiang and pay their respects to its master, but Wu Jiang didn't pay them any attention. Because of this, it attracted a lot of discontent and more people were discontent. Stillwater? Pink True Feather Sex Elder Qi Shui requests an audience with the Master of Boundless. A beautiful woman said politely as she stood in front of Boundless. Wu Jiang didn't reply, directly passing by. Nye family's eldest young master Nye Yun requests an audience with Boundless Lord. Boundless Void swept past. Sect leader Guan Ting requests an audience with Boundless Lord, please inform him. Boundless Void swept past. Lone Sword of Broken Valley requests an audience with Boundless Lord. This is interesting. Remnant Valley and One Sword. Quite a big name. A voice sounded from within Boundless. Many people stared at it with cold gazes. Finally there was a reaction. In the spiritualized universe, this was the first time they saw such a huge ship. With such a huge ship it must be extraordinary. Even though Boundless didn't respond to them, they didn't dare to say anything. They could only suppress their discontent and follow them secretly. They guessed which power Boundless belonged to. Maybe it was Sang Tian. In front of Boundless, the mustached man was proud. When others asked for an audience, Boundless didn't respond, but when he spoke his name made Boundless react. If this matter was spread, wouldn't it mean that he was stronger than those people before? There were more than 10 powers that asked to meet Boundless Lord. They came from many domains along the way and they weren't simple. He had one glory for Remnant Valley. In Boundless, Old Tao looked at Su Wanggun. Remnant Valley is a power in Wood Grain region. Valley Master's cultivation is ranked 46th. 46th? You don't have to say anymore. Su Wanggun stopped listening and looked forward. Lone Sword of Broken Valley, right? The mustached man was proud of himself. He was neither servile nor overbearing. Yes, I am. You should be called Lone Walking Stick of Broken Valley. The mustached man was stunned, then he was furious. Many people in the surroundings held back their laughter. This was too insulting. Remnant Valley wasn't disabled, but the cultivation technique he cultivated was called Remnant Valley. Hence he named his power Remnant Valley. In Wood Grain region, Remnant Valley wasn't weak. Valley Master was an expert of sequence laws, but he was insulted like this. Chapter 34-29. Old Tao was speechless. Why was this guy's mouth so venomous? His actions were wretched, sloppy and unsightly. Lu Yin pursed his lips, suddenly missing Big Sis. After leaving Big Sis, Su Wangtian had let himself loose. Even Lu Yin couldn't bear to listen to him. The mustached man trembled in anger. Even if Wu Jiang had a powerful background, he couldn't let him off after being humiliated like this. Otherwise, how could he establish himself in the spiritualized universe? Who are you? You've gone too far. If you have the ability, come out and fight me to the death. Su Wangtian rolled his eyes and ignored him. Wu Jiang continued to sweep forward. The mustached man slashed out with his sword. He definitely couldn't swallow this humiliation, or else he would really be called the Crutch of Remnant Valley. This person was a spirit ancestor and was second only to the Valley Master in the Remnant Valley. With one slash, it was as if there was a gap in the starry sky that Wu Jiang made up for. Lu Yin looked up. Not bad, this swordsmanship wasn't weak. No wonder it was called the single slash. However, it was only not bad, and just barely caught his eye. Su Wangtian waved his hand and the starry sky turned upside down. The mustached man was sent flying and even his sword was broken. This move sent chills down the spines of the onlookers and they all looked solemn. He was definitely at the level of a law realm, but they didn't know what kind of law he cultivated. The mustached man coughed up blood as he watched the broken sword float into the distance. He stared blankly at Wu Jiang, his face pale. The single slash of Remnant Valley, if you don't take revenge you're not a man. Go and find your Valley Master, someone urged. That's right, go quickly. This person humiliated you like this, which is the same as humiliating your Remnant Valley. If you let him leave like this, who will care about your Remnant Valley in the future? Your Valley Master is very prideful. Go quickly. The mustached man stood in place, his expression uncertain. Many people tried to persuade him to invite the Valley Master as only a Lower Realm cultivator could test him. Naturally, there were Lower Realm cultivators present, but they didn't want to take the risk. What if they offended Wu Jiang? Moreover, they would be helping others. Wu Jiang doesn't belong to the spiritualized universe, the mustached man said in a hoarse voice. The onlookers didn't understand. What do you mean? Doesn't belong to the spiritualized universe? Could it be that he's always been fighting in the consciousness universe? That's possible. No wonder it's so big. It must be the first batch to go to the universe of consciousness. Xianxia can't be there. Right, didn't Xianxia's original? Could it be there? Originally, Xianxia went to the Tianyuan cosmos. How could he return? It is not easy to return. Just the distance of an inch can take 10,000 years. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro? Maybe he came back 10,000 years ago? The small bearded man shouted and pointed at Limitless. His face was pale. There is an aura on Limitless that does not belong to the spiritualized universe, and there is more than one. It is definitely not a life form from the spiritualized universe. The people around him were shocked. Are you serious? Broken Valley One Sword, you're not playing with us, right? You want us to stand out. Broken Valley One Sword, I didn't expect you to be so two-faced. The man with the mustache became anxious. I can guarantee with my life that it definitely doesn't belong to the spiritualized universe, and there's more than one. The surrounding people gradually believed it, but they also had other guesses. Maybe it's a life form from the consciousness universe that defected to our spiritualized universe. That makes sense. Aside from the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe, I can't think of any other life forms. If there were, they would have been discovered by Beyond Heaven a long time ago. I heard that there was a change of guard at the border. Do you think there's a connection? Yeah, maybe it's the border. Some people saw something and were sent to the consciousness universe by Yu Xian to prevent them from revealing the secret. This Limitless is coming from the border. Stop talking. The more you know, the more troublesome it will be. Do you want to go to the consciousness universe too? I don't want to go. I don't want to go either. Broken Valley One Sword, you're on your own now. The small bearded man also thought of this and his face turned even paler. No way, if that was really the case, then he would be sent to the consciousness universe by Yu Xian. He did not want to go as he had just returned from the consciousness universe a few thousand years ago. Above Limitless, Lu Yin felt that something was strange. He had already leaked his aura, so why was there no reaction? He had asked Su Wangtian to purposely leak his aura, and Su Wangtian had chosen Broken Valley One Sword to cause trouble. He had leaked his aura, but no one had come out to question him. As time passed, Limitless continued to head towards the 100 Herbs region. After a while, Lu Yin found out what was going on. Those people were overthinking things. An aura that did not belong to the spiritualized universe could be a life form from the consciousness universe. Furthermore, Limitless had just arrived from the border, and Yu Xian had personally given the order for the border guard to be changed. All of this coincided with Limitless, and they had all assumed that Limitless was related to Yu Xian. Thus no one dared to question him. There were no more people who wanted to see Limitless and they just kept an eye on Limitless. This would not do. Lu Yin wanted to cause a ruckus and force his karma out, but he could not be attacked by the entire spiritualized universe. He had to think of something. A few days later, Lu Yin looked at the flag and smiled. Just hang it up like this. Su Wangtian gave him a thumbs up. Brilliant. Around them Celestial Champion Duel and the others all looked at Lu Yin strangely. The desolate god felt the same as if this was the first time they had met Lu Yin. Yuanqi's expression was extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth as he tried to endure something. He had to endure it and not be rash. It was not worth it, not worth it. The eternal realm was waiting for him. Su Wangtian hung up the flag and it immediately attracted a lot of attention. There were 17 words on the flag. True love is invincible. 10,000 beasts border and royal god mountain have tied the knot. Name, origin. These simple words stunned all the cultivators from the spiritualized universe who saw them. They thought that they were seeing things and rubbed their eyes hard. They were not seeing things. Wu Jiang was going to ascend to the heavens. In an instant, the tranquil surface of the lake boiled as a huge rock was thrown into it. True feather sex Qi Shui was so angry that her face turned red. Preposterous. Preposterous. How can a beast-shaped spiritual molt and a human-shaped spiritual molt be together? This is against the rules. The Nye family's eldest young master, Nye Yun, held a folding fan in his hand and angrily pointed at the starry sky. The royal god mountain is forbidden from intermarriage with the outside world. This is Lord Yu Xianxia's order. Otherwise, I would have violated the prohibition. This is a violation. The previous leader, Guan Ting, was dumbfounded. Yuanqi? But what was he going to do? Is he going to openly challenge Lord Yu Xianxian? Savage Valley Yijian was stunned. He was worried that he had discovered some secret, but it turned out that it wasn't a secret but a taboo. What was Wu Jiang doing? Preposterous. How dare he do this? How can the myriad beast border and the royal god mountain be together? Those who violate the taboo must die. Wu Jiang has violated the taboo. Come out and let us see who is so bold. Even Xianxian cannot do this. Yuanqi, Xianxian, come out. Yuanqi, we once worshipped you. Come out and give us an explanation. Get out. Inside Wu Jiang, Lu Yin smiled. This was more like it. He looked at Yuanqi. Listen, these people are so angry and disappointed. They want you to go out and meet them. Go. Yuanqi clenched his fists and resisted the urge to scold Lu Yin. He gritted his teeth and walked out to face the countless people in the starry sky. When Yuanqi walked out and was seen by the spiritualized universe's cultivators, the entire starry sky fell silent. Yuanqi was Xianxian, an existence second only to Yu Xianxian. Furthermore, he had not just become Xianxian. His seniority could be traced back to Yu Xianxian's era, far surpassing Bao Qi and Meng Sang. He had once been a legend in the spiritualized universe. His name alone had suppressed an entire era. No matter what Yuanqi had done, all of the spiritualized universe's cultivators were terrified. They were waiting for the first person to speak. Yuanqi looked around the starry sky. He had not expected to encounter such a situation when he returned to the spiritualized universe. He looked at the flag and saw that those words were extremely glaring. That was a violation of the entire spiritualized universe's taboo, but Yuanqi still wanted to protect that flag. It was too hateful and despicable. If Yuanqi had known that such a day would come, he would have given up on the immemorial city battlefield and paid a huge price to kill Lu Yin. Unfortunately, time could not be reversed. Wu Jiang continued to sail forward steadily. The spiritualized universe's cultivators did not know Wu Jiang's destination. Yuanqi stood at Wu Jiang's bow like a piercing javelin that pierced through the dark starry sky. Finally, after a few days, the first person walked out and faced Yuanqi. Yuanqi looked at the newcomer and saw that it was a very young fellow. The youth faced Yuanqi and slowly bowed. Fong Tsong of the Fong family greets Yuanqi Xianxian. Yuanqi was astonished. Someone from the Fong family? What's your relationship with Fong Sheng? Fong Sheng is this junior's granduncle. The Fong family experienced a change and all of the direct descendants died. Only my branch family remains and we received the protection of granduncle Fong Sheng, Fong Tsong said respectfully. Yuanqi sighed. After so many years, the Fong family is also like this? When I left the spiritualized universe, the Fong family was the ruler of 3 regions. Fong Tsong was helpless. The world changes and it's hard to explain. Yuanqi's actions are no different from betraying the spiritualized universe. He bowed again. Junior Fong Tsong dares to represent the spiritualized universe and ask Yuanqi why this is happening. Yuanqi was silent. How should he answer? He could not answer. Fong Tsong bowed again. Yuanqi, please give this junior and the spiritualized universe an answer on account of your friendship with Granduncle Fong Sheng. Yuanqi sighed. You can go back. Fong Tsong looked at Yuanqi. Senior, are you not even willing to give an answer? This is provoking the spiritualized universe. Yuanqi still did not say anything. Junior met Yuan Mia a while ago. Yuan Mia is a descendant of Senior's lineage. Lushan region's Yuan family is still in control of a region because of Senior's existence. Yuan Mia is one of the best among his peers in the spiritualized universe. Several decades ago he was selected as an elite to participate in the invasion of the Tianyuan universe. This is a great honor for him. Now, Senior's actions are harming the Yuan family. Could it be that Senior wishes for the Yuan family to fall because of Senior? Yuanqi looked into the distance. Lushan region, the Yuan family. Within the boundless boundary, Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Although Fong Tsong was young, his words were like pearls of wisdom. He had tried peaceful means before resorting to force, and he had even played the emotional card. His goal was not to change the progenitor's decision, but rather to obtain an answer. To Lu Yin that was enough. He was the first person who had dared to face the progenitor directly, and he was also the first person to obtain an answer. Whatever happened afterwards had nothing to do with him. Chapter 34:30. At this moment, primordial origin's violation of the taboo would be recorded in the annals of history. Fong Tsong's name would also be recorded and he would have a meteoric rise. All of them were so calculative. Lu Yin admired such people, at least they dared to step forward. If such a person had been in the Tianyuan universe, Lu Yin would not have minded showing off, but this was the spiritualized universe, so it was not his turn. Who can help me teach Senior Primordial Origin how to speak? Lu Yin asked slowly. Ba Lu and Yi Yao exchanged glances before walking to Primordial Origin's side. Primordial Origin did not stop them, nor could he. Fong Tsong looked at Ba Lu and Yi Yao, but he did not recognize them. Ba Lu looked at Fong Kong. My master, Primordial Origin, intentionally changed the rules of this spiritualized universe. The taboo will no longer exist and this sky will be overturned. A junior like you does not understand anything and only knows how to follow the rules. You do not know that rules are set by people. The one who set these rules was Yu Sang Tian, but now it's my master's turn. My master is the one who set the rules of this spiritualized universe. From now on this sky will be called Primordial Origin. Primordial Origin was stunned and he looked at Ba Lu. What bold words. Fong Tsong was stunned as well. Change the sky? Change the rules? Changed the spiritualized universe's name to Primordial Origin? What bold words. On the first day, Heavenly Sovereign Battlemaster and the others were also stunned. Ba Lu was always a taciturn person, but he could actually say such impassioned words. One could not judge a book by its cover. Everyone was stunned by Ba Lu's words. He had just started speaking such bold words and such bold words at that. Lu Yin smiled and with a snap of his fingers, an even larger flag appeared with the words, Dayu Villa. From today onwards, Dayu Villa will officially accept disciples from the outside. Only good and evil will be accepted and no one will care about the past. Anyone who joins Dayu Villa will be protected by Dayu Villa, regardless of what they have encountered in the past. Dayu Villa promises to protect all of its disciples to the greatest extent possible. I am Ba Lu, a disciple of Primordial Origin from the Myriad Beast territory. I am Yi Yao, a disciple of Primordial Origin from the Divine Mountain. We are true love and we will be protected by Dayu Villa and protected by our master. From now on there will be no taboo. His words spread out from Wujiang and spread to the entire spiritualized universe. Countless cultivators from the spiritualized universe trembled in fear when they heard this. This was going to turn the world upside down. Fong Tsong was shocked. Villa? Protecting the taboo? Senior Primordial Origin, did you build this grand universe manor to overthrow realm beyond heaven? Yuanqi closed his eyes as there was nothing he could do. Things had already reached this point and there was no way out for him. Since that was the case, his eyes suddenly widened and a fierce glint flashed through them. He was no longer tolerated by the spiritualized universe, so he would grab hold of the Tianyuan universe. At the very least he had to ensure that he would not die at Lu Yin's hands. Was the royal god mountain noble? Spiritual molting in beast form and spiritual molting in human form. They were both originally cultivators, but they chose different paths. If two people are willing, why can't they be together? Daoist Villa was established to overthrow primordial heaven and change the spiritualized universe. Anyone who is not willing to submit to primordial heaven and wants to change the spiritualized universe can enter Daoist Villa. Those who cannot survive can enter Daoist Villa and be protected by Daoist Villa. We do not care about the past, only good and evil. Within Limitless, Lu Yin's lips curled up. Primordial origin had chosen a side in the end. This old man wanted to maintain his spiritualized universe's status, but he did not want to die. Lu Yin wanted to force primordial origin into a corner. Furthermore, doing so would also bring trouble to primordial heaven. Soon. Old Tao's body went soft. How terrifying was it to stand against the entire spiritualized universe? What kind of pressure was this? He could not take it anymore. Kai Jun was stunned and his mind was blank. He just wanted to go back and seek justice from the Kai family. No matter how big this matter was, it would at most involve the Kai domain and not the other domains, let alone primordial heaven. Primordial heaven, what was going on? He looked around and realized that he was standing against the entire spiritualized universe. It was over. He did not even know how he was going to die. The universe fell silent for a moment, and then it was followed by a torrent of curses. Attacks came from an unknown direction and then countless attacks came from all directions. They were directed at Limitless both openly and covertly, but they were all blocked by primordial origin. Primordial origin, this is a betrayal. Even primordial heaven cannot forgive you. Hand over Ba Luan Yao and you will still have a chance to live. Primordial origin, you're crazy. This is treason. Primordial heaven will not let you off. The other primordial sanctions will not let you off. Kill primordial origin. Strip primordial heaven of his position. Primordial origin stood at the bow of Limitless ship. He raised his hand and struck out with a palm that parted the clouds in the sky. The void trembled and the surroundings were cleared. Countless spiritualized cultivators spat out blood as they retreated, and many were killed on the spot. Even sequence law powerhouses did not dare to approach primordial heaven. Primordial origin's attack immediately calmed down, but this was only temporary. The ones who would cause trouble next were the true experts that primordial origin had to deal with. Limitless continued to sail towards the 100 Grass region. Around a dozen days later, a person appeared and cursed primordial origin. You are not worthy of being primordial heaven. Hand over your life. The person who had come was powerful. Although he had not reached the primordial realm, he possessed a powerful physical body, which attracted Lu Yin's attention. Ba Lu was surprised. Three-headed Deathstroke? That's three-headed Deathstroke? It's rumored that three-headed Deathstroke is a reclusive expert of the myriad beast territory. He's extremely powerful and no one in the spiritualized universe can claim to be stronger than him. Only existences that have reached the limits of biological strength can suppress him. Old Tao sighed in amazement. The strength beast's eyes lit up on Lu Yin's shoulder and it became restless. It rarely wanted to take action as the opponent was just too powerful. Go. Primordial origin frowned from the bow of Limitless. He had lost a great deal of strength after losing the bell, and he knew about three-headed Deathstroke as well. It had existed for a very, very long time, and the reason why it had not broken through to the primordial realm was because it only relied on its physical strength. It had always been waiting for the foundation of a sequence. Once the foundation of a sequence was completed, it could break through to the primordial realm and take a shortcut to becoming primordial heaven. Its chances of becoming primordial heaven would be much greater. Primordial origin had taken action first to pressure the School of Arts so that they could complete the foundation of a sequence as soon as possible. It knew very well that its position as primordial heaven was at stake. Whoever took action first would have a greater chance of survival. If one-headed Deathstroke was still around, primordial origin would not have cared about it at all. However, now the strength beast stepped on primordial origin's shoulder and charged out, throwing a punch at three-headed Deathstroke. Three-headed Deathstroke had 3 heads. It was a molted beast that seemed vicious and terrifying. Faced with the strength beast's sudden punch, a chill from the bottom of its heart made it immediately retaliate with its full strength. Bang! With a great sound, limitless shook and space directly exploded. Endless power swept out in all directions, directly tearing apart the cultivators nearby. Blood splattered across space. Three-headed Deathstroke spat out blood as it flew backwards, but the Strength Beast grabbed it and viciously tore off its arm. The Strength Beast was still a beast, and even though it had always been suppressed by primordial origin and was harmless to both humans and animals, it had killed many as it grew up. The limits of a living being's strength were not something that could be described with words. Countless strength-type lifeforms had died at its hands, and three-headed Deathstroke had successfully provoked its killing intent. The Strength Beast's body expanded and it punched three-headed Deathstroke again. Three-headed Deathstroke's body twisted and with a crack, its bones began to break. It was shocked. What kind of strength was this? This was the limit of a living being's strength. This was the limit of a living being's strength, and primordial origin had actually subdued such a creature. Run, run, I have to run. I shouldn't have come. After all, it's Xianxia and he shouldn't have come. Primordial origin, if you kill me, the myriad beast territory will not let you off. So what if you're Xianxia? My myriad beast territory is not afraid of Xianxia. Primordial origin. Boom. The Strength Beast shattered all of three-headed Deathstroke's heads with a single punch, and all three heads shattered. It grabbed three-headed Deathstroke's body with both hands and tore it apart, roaring excitedly. It had been a long time since it had been so carefree. Whether it was Su Wang or the primordial thunder locust, neither were easy to deal with. In comparison, this three-headed Deathstroke was much easier to deal with. The surroundings were silent and everyone watched in shock. A dignified powerhouse of the myriad beast territory that had been in hiding all this time to fight for Xianxia's position had actually died just like that? It had not died at primordial origin's hands, but at the hands of a giant beast. Just what kind of giant beast had primordial origin subdued? The Strength Beast looked up at the sky, a ferocious glint in its eyes. Should it take this chance to escape? Away from that fiend. At that moment, Lu Yin's voice rang out, "Come back." These two words were like a bucket of cold water that poured over the Strength Beast's head, waking it up. The ferocious glint in its eyes receded, and it turned back to Wu Jiang with a wide grin, revealing its snow-white teeth. "I'll give you a thumbs up." Su Wang, who was beneath Lu Yin's feet, subconsciously revealed its white teeth and raised its tail in return. Primordial origin was stunned. What the hell? The Strength Beast leapt back to Wu Jiang and obediently sat on Lu Yin's shoulder. Ba Lu stared blankly. Was this that monkey? He had often seen that monkey and that whale-like creature roaming Wu Jiang over the past few years. He had thought that it was just an ordinary pet, but now he knew that it was clearly a killing god. Just how many powerhouses had the Tianyuan universe produced? Even a giant beast was so terrifying. He recalled how the spiritualized universe had threatened to conquer the Tianyuan universe decades ago, restarting it and giving birth to an eternal realm powerhouse. Looking at the people around him now, he felt that it was laughable. The Tianyuan universe was not weak at all. Old Tao's eyelids twitched. He had not known that the monkey was so ruthless. It was too ruthless and savage. Three-headed death was definitely a powerhouse, but this monkey had torn it apart and almost eaten it. The talent's eyes were lifeless. What was happening now was beyond his comprehension, and there was no need for him to understand. Primordial origin looked at his shoulder and saw footprints. That damned monkey. Wu Jiang continued forward. No sound reached Wu Jiang and everyone subconsciously distanced themselves. The Strength Beast's savagery had frightened them. Primordial origin had not even made a move yet. This battle would allow Wu Jiang to sail smoothly for a long time. Lu Yin was not in a hurry. Wu Jiang was moving very slowly as if it was taking a leisurely stroll. The more it moved like this, the more people did not dare to provoke it. Chapter 34-31. As time passed, the spiritualized universe gradually knew about this matter. President Yi Shang had already returned to the Grand Domain. He needed a long time to recover from his injuries. When he heard about Wu Jiang, he only sneered at those people who were courting death. However, he did not understand what those people from the Tianyuan universe wanted to do. Challenge the entire spiritualized universe? They should not be so stupid. Moreover, why did Yu Xianxia not do anything? What kind of agreement did Yu Xianxia make with those people from the Tianyuan universe? It was possible to clean up those forces that did not submit to Yu Xianxia, but if he did not do anything now, others would see through it. What was he thinking? There was a domain in the spiritualized universe called the Heavenly Hand region. The Heavenly Hand region was responsible for assassinations. The 3 assassins were from the Heavenly Hand region. The Heavenly Hand region was powerful and was definitely not inferior to the Grand Domain. Although they did not have an expert at Xianxia's level, no one dared to underestimate them. It was rumored that the old monster who had tried to assassinate Xianxia was still there. The Heavenly Hand region had a special function in the spiritualized universe. It was to replace Sky Beyond Sky to eliminate those who deserved to die and set up the Black Spirit list. Those on the Black Spirit list were people that the spiritualized universe wanted to eliminate. Anyone could kill them. They were the public enemies of the spiritualized universe. The threat they posed to the spiritualized universe was based on the number of black spirits they had. Similarly, the number of people they wanted to assassinate was also based on the number of black spirits they had. Another order to spy on Wuxia. Not accepting. The waters of the boundless territory are too deep. Everyone wants others to probe them. Although my Heavenly Hand region is in this line of work, we are not seeking death. Daquan region has been buried and 3 assassins have been implicated. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Peak. We do not know the situation at the border, but we are sure that Wu Jiang came out of the border and the 3 assassins were nowhere to be seen. Yu Xianxia must be involved, but we do not know what role he played. Do not accept any orders related to Wu Jiang. Do not rashly assign black spirits to anyone in Wu Jiang. Understood. This Dayu villa is quite interesting. Why does Yuanqi dare to rebel? The Gate of Laws existed in the law domain, which was considered the sacred land of the spiritualized universe. Every sequence foundation came from the law domain, and no one knew how many incomplete sequence foundations there were in the law domain. It was said that this was the burial place of many near-death sequence foundation experts. Someone once said that if the spiritualized universe encountered a crisis one day, they should bring the crisis to the Gate of Arts. Many old monsters who were thought to be dead would come out from there, and they might be able to fight for a chance of survival for the spiritualized universe. There was a difference in the cultivation model between the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe. If the 2 universes were placed on the same level, the difference in cultivation model would cause the spiritualized universe to have far more experts than the Tianyuan universe. The Tianyuan universe's advantage was the scale of the future. This was because the Tianyuan universe was filled with too many uncertainties. No one knew what kind of experts would be born in the future. Now the 2 universes were not on the same level. The spiritualized universe was ahead of the Tianyuan universe. Because they were afraid of the Tianyuan universe's future, the spiritualized universe had long schemed against the primogeniture. They had restrained the Tianyuan universe's cultivation path and suppressed the Tianyuan universe's future. This caused the Tianyuan universe to be destined to not have too many experts. For countless years the Tianyuan universe had experienced wars. The humans and the Eternals fought each other, while the spiritualized universe had been developing smoothly. This caused the difference in the number of experts between the 2 universes to be terrifying. And this difference was something that even the primogenitor who wanted to incite the Tianyuan universe to war with the spiritualized universe did not know. Even primordial origin Zhou Xian and the others who had left long ago did not know. Perhaps even the Gate of Arts. Even the Zhang family of the Gate of Arts might not know how many experts were still alive. These people were on the verge of death, but they still had a breath left in them, all for the sake of the Sequence Foundation. Now that the spiritualized universe had changed, some of them had awakened. A junior sent a message saying that the old geezer primordial origin has rebelled. He plans to go against Yu Xianxia. Your junior knows that you're still alive? He's paying his respects. The next time he pays his respects, I'll jump out and scare him to death. Ah. Old geezer, you're about to die, yet you still have such bad taste. However, that old geezer primordial origin must be crazy. What kind of strength does Yu Xianxia have? Even if we were at our peak, we wouldn't be able to rebel against him. How can primordial origin be so strong? You don't even blush when you talk. Have you forgotten the bell that made you run away like a rat? Old geezer, you're still alive. Don't expose people's shortcomings. You're already buried up to your eyebrows. Watch your words. Primordial Origin dared to violate the rules, which means he's going against our spiritualized universe and Lord Xianxia. Perhaps we'll have to go out and teach him a lesson. Screw you, we still have to sleep. Screw you. Free. Just you wait. You don't know what you're talking about. After you die, you'll have plenty of time to sleep. Free. Screw you. Free. F*CKU. Who's scolding me? Many voices came from the sky beyond heaven. They were all begging Xianxia to strip Primordial Origin of his position. Primordial Origin had gone to the Tianyuan universe a long time ago. Since then, everyone had been waiting for him to be stripped of his position. This was because there were rumors that Primordial Origin had gone to the Tianyuan universe not only to scheme against the Tianyuan universe, but also because Xianxia had attacked him. Everyone felt that Primordial Origin's position wouldn't last long. However, as time passed, Primordial Origin's position was as stable as Mount Tai. It didn't seem to be shaken at all. Even though he hadn't been in the spiritualized universe for so many years, it was still the same. However, there were still many people who coveted Primordial Origin's position. They were still waiting. At this moment, Primordial Origin had violated the rules and openly provoked Xianxia. They finally had the chance. Although they didn't know why Primordial Origin had suddenly gone crazy, his position was definitely not guaranteed. More and more people requested to see Xianxia, hoping to strip Primordial Origin of his position. However, Xianxia didn't express his attitude and remained silent. In the heaven beyond heaven's supreme palace, Palace Master Yao opened her eyes and put away the sequence particle. She looked ahead and saw Xianxia sitting quietly. She was Xianxia's whetstone. She was using the fourth sequence's absolute reversal to refine Xianxia's second sequence's heart of rock. Only she knew how terrifying Xianxia's sequence's techniques were. What he thought was what he saw. She had also heard the news from the outside world. Previously, she had asked Xianxia why he wasn't allowed to go to the Tianyuan universe. However, Xianxia didn't give her an answer. Now she wanted to use the news from the outside world to ask him again. After a few days, Xianxia opened his eyes and exhaled. He turned his head and saw Palace Master Yao bowing slowly. My lord. The outside world is very lively. Yes, Primordial Origin has returned and openly provoked the heaven beyond heaven. He wants to overturn the rules of the spiritualized universe. That's good. The days are too boring. Palace Master Yao hesitated for a moment before asking, My lord, regardless of Primordial Origin's intentions, should he be stripped of his position? Xianxia looked at Palace Master Yao. Are you asking for yourself or for someone else? Palace Master Yao hurriedly bowed. I'm asking for myself. I want to fight for the position of Primordial Origin. Xianxia looked at her calmly. It was possible in the past. Now it's impossible. Palace Master Yao was shocked. He claimed to be the strongest person under Primordial Origin. With her relationship with Xianxia, she believed that she could definitely succeed him. Primordial Origin had gone crazy and provoked the spiritualized universe. She thought that her chance had come. Why did it turn out like this? You may leave. Palace Master Yao left the heaven beyond heaven with confusion. She didn't get an answer. Instead, she felt that she had no fate with the position of Primordial Origin. Xianxia looked into the distant starry sky. You want to leave the position of Primordial Origin empty and create chaos in the spiritualized universe. Master Lu, that's a good plan. However, you underestimate the spiritualized universe. Since the era of the Heaven Above Heaven sect, the gap between the two universes is immeasurable. Since you know about the small spiritualized universe, you should understand why the people I sent to invade the Tianyuan universe didn't exert overwhelming strength on it. It's not that they can't, but they don't want to. If you want to see the spiritualized universe, I'll let you see it. I hope that you can persevere until the end and help me complete my great cause. Boundless had been traveling through the spiritualized universe for several months. Ever since the Force Beast tore apart the three-headed death, no one dared to cause trouble for Boundless. However, no one wanted to join Boundless either. Boundless had already passed through 5 regions and had seen many powerful sections. They had even brushed past a large faction, but that faction had closed its doors and didn't seem to have any intention of responding. No matter what the cultivators said in the open or in the dark, that faction simply wouldn't open its doors. This made Lu Yin very depressed. Just being a deterrent isn't enough. We need to give those who want to join Boundless some confidence, Lu Yin said. Kai Jun stepped forward and respectfully greeted, "Young master." "Call me third master." Kai Jun wasn't used to this form of address, but he could only respectfully greet, "Third master." Lu Yin looked at him. Kai Jun drew a star chart in the void. "Third master, we're going to the 100 Grass region now. Actually, if we don't need to pass through the spirit threads and just take a detour, we can go to the 100 Grass region from another direction. That direction passes through the Kai region." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "Taking a detour isn't a big deal. We'll pass through the Kai region?" "Yes," Kai Jun respectfully replied. Lu Yin immediately ordered Boundless to change directions and follow Kai Jun's plan. His confidence had increased. While Boundless had displayed great strength, it was still viewed as the enemy of the entire spiritualized universe. Those who had been treated unfairly or wanted to seek protection were already in dire straits. No matter how one looked at it, joining Boundless would only increase their despair. However, if Boundless was willing to do something for them, they would choose to join under certain desperate circumstances. This would give Lu Yin a reason to cause a ruckus. Causing a ruckus was only on the surface. He wanted to compete with Xianxia in a battle of wits and courage. Xianxia wasn't stupid, and he might be able to predict every step Lu Yin would take. Lu Yin just had to make sure that Lu Yin didn't know which step he would take. In the end, he would still make up for his karma and cause chaos in the spiritualized universe. At the same time, he also had to keep an eye on the only true God in the dark. That was also a problem, and from Lu Yin's point of view, that was even more troublesome than Xianxia. Xianxia was the only true God on the surface, but he was hidden. Just like heavens above heavens era, danger had arisen in the dark corners. Lu Yin didn't want to be ambushed again like the progenitor. Chapter 34-32. During this period of time, Lu Yin repeatedly thought about his interactions with the sole true God, and he suddenly recalled something. Fengbua. Count of the Wind was not from the Tianyuan cosmos. The only true God was related to other universes. His vision was definitely not limited to the three universes. Xianxia believed that his alliance with the only true God was only on the surface. In order not to be controlled by the one true God, King Qing purposely pretended to be controlled by Yen Gang so that the one true God would be at ease. The one true God could have purposely shown that he was cooperating with the spiritualized universe, but in fact he had his own plans. Scheming was all about interlocking one another. Wu Jiang changed his direction and instantly attracted the attention of countless people in the spiritualized universe. They originally didn't know Wu Jiang's destination, but if Wu Jiang changed directions they might be able to see it. Many cultivators were secretly following Wu Jiang. Among them were the spirit progenitor, and there were even sequence low realm cultivators. Lu Yin even vaguely sensed danger, which meant that they were in the primordial realm. The spiritualized universe did not lack powerhouses. After learning about the little spirit cosmos and analyzing Xianxia, Lu Yin had already seen through a portion of it back in the tributary of the River of Time. The first batch of invaders to invade the Tianyuan cosmos had seemed powerful, as there were 3 Xianxians among them, but they were actually weak on the inside. Although the Xianxians were powerful, a Tianyuan cosmos that could defeat the Eternals was still capable of resisting 3 Xianxians. The only difference between them was the difference between the sequence laws and the progenitor realm. With the strength of the spiritualized universe, it was entirely possible to increase the number of sequence nomological experts by several times or even more. They could be the first batch to invade the Tianyuan universe, but they didn't. Xianxia didn't want to restart the Tianyuan universe. He only wanted to stop the Tianyuan universe's future. The Eternals were no longer able to do so, so the first batch of invaders didn't have overwhelming strength. Lu Yin would not underestimate the spiritualized universe, but he still needed time to truly see through it. The Kai family can control a region? Chu Yi asked curiously as he looked at Kai Jun. Kai Jun faced Chu Yi and replied respectfully. The Kai family's ancestor Kai Sandao is ranked 9th on the White Spirit list. He is completely qualified to control a domain. The 36 domains are limited in number, but not the domain itself. Lu Yin thought back to the starting space. Back then, the strongest person had only been a half-martial ancestor, and Xiao Sandao had been able to enter the White Spirit list. He was a powerhouse who had a 90% chance of breaking through to the primordial realm. It was not impossible for him to control a domain, and his strength was similar to that of the 7 sky gods. Other than Sandao, what other experts does the Kai family have? The Kai family also has a sequence law expert. He cultivates the 37th ranked sequence law, bidirectional immobility. Lu Yin was puzzled. Bidirectional immobility? What do you mean? Kai Jun shook his head. This I don't understand. Yuan Qi said, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If I don't move, the enemy won't move either. This is a sequence technique that uses one's own sequence laws to forcefully immobilize the enemy. As long as one doesn't move, the immobilized enemy won't be able to move either. Unless the difference in sequence particles is too great, it can directly break the two-way immobility. There are such sequence laws. Su Wangtian was shocked. Yuan Qi nodded. This sequence method is very effective. In the history of our spiritualized universe, there was once a person who cultivated the dual unmoving sequence method. He used the sequence method to forcefully control Xianxia for 10 breaths. 10 breaths might not seem long, but if that Xianxia was surrounded, these 10 breaths would be enough to determine his life and death. This sequence art focuses on sneak attacks, not combat. It is also very important among the 88 sequence arts. Lu Yin praised, there is actually such a sequence art. It is very suitable to create the sequence foundation. At this point, Lu Yin paused and suddenly looked at Kai Jun. Only 3 blades. What sequence art did you cultivate? Kai Jun respectfully replied, bidirectional immobility. Lu Yin raised a brow and looked at Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi met his gaze. That's right. The Kai family specializes in bidirectional immobility. In history, an expert who once immobilized Xianxia for 10 breaths came from the Kai family. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. That's how the sequence foundation came about. Yuan Qi nodded. The spiritualized universe had a unified cultivation method. Coupled with the uniqueness of the cultivation methods of spirit seeds, it was easy to determine who was suitable for which sequence art. The sequence arts were divided into 88 types. The higher the sequence arts were, the easier it was to cultivate. Almost all of the 10 base sequences were created by the sequence arts towards the end. These sequence arts were actually not something that cultivators were willing to cultivate because they were not very useful. For example, the bidirectional immobilization art was only useful in a group attack. Otherwise, it would be meaningless in a one-on-one fight. Why would anyone still cultivate it? This was the pressure brought about by the unified cultivation method. The Kai family could not possibly all be willing to cultivate this sequence art. However, their entire family was forced to cultivate it. That person had only needed 3 blades to reach 9th place on the White Soul list. This proved that his talent was extraordinary, and he was at the top of the spiritualized universe. If he had not cultivated this sequence art, he might have been able to advance further, but he had been delayed by this sequence art. This sequence art sacrificed an individual for the sake of the spiritualized universe. The Kai family was just the tip of the iceberg. Countless organizations in the 36 filaments had sacrificed themselves for the spiritualized universe. They had specifically cultivated these useless sequence arts so that they could complete the sequence foundation before they died. The Gate of Techniques created the sequence foundation, which was both a holy land and a graveyard for spiritualized universes. From another perspective, the spiritualized universe did not care if an individual was sacrificed. This meant that there were too many powerful individuals in the spiritualized universe, and any more than that would cause chaos. Lu Yin did not wish for the latter possibility, but the situation told him that it was highly likely. Yu Xianxia's confidence and the sacrifices of the Kai family and many other organizations were all pointing in the same direction: the spiritualized universe's strength. Old Tao looked at Kai Jun and then at Lu Yin. Actually, the Kai family has another expert at the sequence art. Lu Yin was shocked. There's another one? Kai Jun immediately denied it. Impossible. The Kai family only has 2 sequence arts experts, Kai Sandao and Kai Keqing. There's no third. Old Tao shook his head. Every family has its own foundation and the Kai family is no exception. However, their foundation is not as powerful as Kai Sandao's. Kai Fei. Kai Jun was shocked. Ancestor Kai Fei? Old Tao nodded. Kai Fei is still alive. He's in the Kai filament. How can that be? Ancestor Kai Fei has been dead for many years and no one in the Kai family has mentioned him. I've been in the Kai family for so many years, but I've only heard my parents mention him once in a while. That was a long time ago. Kai Jun could not believe it. Old Tao laughed. He's still alive. We met before he went to Torch City, but there's no need to be too shocked. Kai Fei's strength is not enough to touch the White Soul list, and that's all he can do for the rest of his life. He's cultivated bidirectional immobility so that old guy can only hide in the shadows and ambush people. If anyone wants to harm the Kai family, Kai Sandao will attack. Kai Fei and Kai Keqing will ambush them. That's the main reason why the Kai family can monopolize the Kai filament. Aside from juniors like you, many people know that this old guy is still alive. The Gate of Techniques did not force him to go to the law filament? Yuan Qi did not understand. Old Tao respectfully faced Yuan Qi. It's not time yet. Kai Fei once consumed a strange plant, and his vitality is far greater than his peers. Also, the Gate of Techniques cannot force everyone who is nearing the end of their lifespan to wait for death. Yuan Qi sneered. Impossible? How do you think those sequence foundations came about? Just count how many sequence laws were destroyed by the 10 foundation sequence. That's a terrifying number. Old Tao did not refute this. Yuan Qi understood many things better than him, even though he had been away from the spiritualized universe for so long. This was a matter of hierarchy. Then it's decided. We'll go to the Kai filament and seek justice for Kai Jun. Lu Yin gave the order, and Wu Jiang headed towards the Kai filament. At the same time in the Kai filament, Kai Juanhao, the eldest son of the Kai family, looked at the palm-sized metal in his hand. I never thought that idiot Kai Jun's parents would leave him such a good thing. What's so good that you're so happy? A clear voice sounded. Kai Juanhao stared at the metal without blinking. Do you recognize this? It was Kai Junyi, Kai Juanhao's younger sister. She looked at the metal. It's completely blue with a dark red luster flowing through it. Its insides are like water, sometimes surging and sometimes calm. This is a red and blue gold crystal. Kai Juanhao was pleased. That's right. It's a type of metal known as the pinnacle of materials. We can't use it, but if we sell it to the realm beyond heaven or the Grand Domain's Chamber of Commerce, it'll fetch a sky-high price. Kai Junyi was excited. There's actually a red and blue gold crystal? How did that couple get it? Kai Juanhao kept the metal. That's not important. It's ours now. He looked at Kai Junyi and praised her. Little sister, you did well. Kai Junyi smiled proudly. Kai Jun, that idiot, really thinks that he's on the same level as us. When his parents were still around, we gave him face. Now that his parents are dead, there's no need for him to pretend anymore. It's funny that he wants to marry me. The fact that the family tolerates his thoughts means that they're too far apart from us. There's no need for us to be wary of them. Don't think too much about it. That guy is dead. Now we have to think of a way to sell the red and blue gold crystal. We just don't know who to sell it to. The Chamber of Commerce, of course. Who else can we sell it to? You and I can't enter the realm beyond heaven. It's easy to get into trouble if we sell it to someone else. Kai Juanhao frowned. Something happened in the Grand Domain. We don't know what's going on. Forget it, let's keep it first. We'll talk about it later. Kai Junyi narrowed her eyes and stared at Kai Juanhao. Brother, don't tell me you're thinking of keeping it for yourself. Kai Juanhao laughed. Don't worry. Most of the credit goes to you. How can I keep it for myself? It's good that you know. Don't think of keeping it for yourself. Otherwise, I'll tell father about your infatuation with Aunt Qing. Father will skin you alive. Kai Junyi threatened. Kai Juanhao was shocked and hurriedly shouted, Shut up. You're trying to get me killed. Kai Junyi smiled. It's good that you know how to be afraid. But then again, Aunt Qing's charm is really great. Every day there are people coming to see her. The number of people asking for her hand in marriage is so high that it's almost broken. Father has always been looking for opportunities to get the most benefits. Who do you think he wants to marry Aunt Qing to? I heard that Yi Sangtian's grandson, Torch City's mayor Yi Xia, has yet to marry. There's also Tianxi, who's stunning for an era. Once he returns and sees Aunt Qing won't be able to keep her. Although the twin beauties of the realm beyond heaven are gorgeous, their status is too high. Aunt Qing's beauty is not below theirs. All right, you should go. Kai Juanhao's face was gloomy. Kai Junyi smiled and turned to leave. Chapter 34-33. A few days later, the head of the Kai family, Kai Bai, summoned Kai Juanhao. What happened to Kai Juanhao? Kai Bai stared at Kai Juanhao. Kai Juanhao did not hide anything and told him everything. Kai Bai looked at him for a long time and smiled. Is it clean? Kai Juanhao was not surprised. If Kai Juanhao's parents were still alive, the Kai family would not dare to do this. However, now that his parents were dead, a mere Kai Juanhao was left behind. It's clean. No one will say anything. It's good. This must not be leaked. Warn Yi heir not to say anything. Yes, father. Don't worry. By the way, father, I heard that the outside world is in chaos. Has Origins Xianxia returned? Kai Bai nodded and said, Origins Xianxia has gone crazy. After returning from the Tianyuan universe, he openly challenged Sky Beyond and wanted to break the rules of the spiritualized universe. Many people guessed that he had obtained an opportunity in the Tianyuan universe and was confident that he could compete with Yu Xianxia and replace him. Many people contacted Sky Beyond and begged Yu Xianxia to take away Origin's position, but Yu Xianxia remained silent. Kai Juanhao was shocked. He returned from the Tianyuan universe? Yes, Origins Xianxia went to the Tianyuan universe a long time ago. This time he returned in such a high-profile manner. No one knows what he wants to do. Also, they changed their direction and are heading this way. No one knows where they are going. Kai Juanhao suddenly thought of Kai Juanhao. Returning from the Tianyuan universe must have passed through the Tianyuan universe. Could it be that he saved Kai Juanhao and came back to the Kai family? Impossible. He laughed and thought that he was overthinking. How could there be such a kind person in the world of cultivation? Even if he saved Kai Juanhao, why would Xianxia help him? Based on the time, Kai Juanhao should have died by then. There were many regions in this direction and Kai Yu was just one of them. Origins Xianxia's matter is not something we can interfere with. Since those people along the way did not interfere, we will not do anything. Just watch. Kai Bai instructed. Then he thought for a moment and said, Have you made any friends in the Lushan region? Kai Juanhao did not understand. Lushan region? Father, are you referring to the Origin family? Kai Bai was deep in thought. There are some things that you have to consider. Although you can't interfere, you have to be prepared. Kai Juanhao shook his head. Although the Yuan family has developed well over the past few years, there are many people who view us as enemies. They are all waiting for Yuan Xianxia's position to become vacant, so no one wants to befriend the Yuan family. However, I did fight with Yuan Mia during the competition for a spot to go to the Tianyuan universe. We even went to Torch City together. If not for Yu Xianxia's sudden order, we would have already arrived at the Tianyuan universe. Only then did he recall that several decades ago, a group of elite geniuses had competed for a spot to go to the Tianyuan universe. His son had been one of them and he had even succeeded. Alright, you can leave now. Kai Bai had to think about the next situation. The primordial one definitely had his reasons for doing all these things. Perhaps the heavens of the spiritualized universe would change a little, and the talent domain would also need to make a choice. Kai Juanhao walked to the door and turned back to look at Kai Bai. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Kai Bai looked up. Is there anything else? Kai Juanhao hesitated for a moment. Father, what are your arrangements for Aunt? Kai Bai frowned. It has nothing to do with you. Kai Juanhao said, Father, Aunt is at the sequence level after all. She is obviously younger than you, but she has such achievements. She is very close to old ancestor Three Blades. If she stays in the family, I said it has nothing to do with you. Leave. Kai Bai shouted. Kai Juanhao did not dare to disobey and could only leave. Looking at Kai Juanhao's back, Kai Bai's eyes narrowed. How could he not know what his son was thinking? A beautiful figure appeared in his mind. It was his sister Kai Keqing. What a headache. Kai Keqing was extremely talented. Every few generations there would be a genius in the Kai family. In the past, the old ancestor used dual immobility to stop Xianxia. After that, it was old ancestor Three Blades and now Kai Keqing. If not for the dual immobility sequence method, regardless of whether it was old ancestor Three Blades or Kai Keqing, they could have gone higher. However, Sky Beyond Sky did not allow it. The Kai family had its limits. Now what gave him the most headache was his sister's marriage. Kai Keqing was known as a charming fox in the immortal realm. She had the enchanting charm of a fox, but she was cold and dignified. She had a pair of enchanting eyes that were filled with coldness. She had two completely different temperaments that attracted everyone who saw her. It was precisely because of Kai Keqing's beauty, temperament, and talent that the Kai family could not decide. The Kai family had always wanted to use Kai Keqing to achieve the greatest benefits. It would be best if they could touch the high and mighty position of Xianxia. Their first choice was naturally Xianxia. However, Xianxia's eyes had never fallen on the Kai family. They had also been choosing other Xianxia. They had dragged it out until now. When Kai Keqing reached the sequence level, the Kai family was even more reluctant to let her go. If she stayed, the Kai family would have another expert at the sequence level. If she could not be exchanged for benefits, it would be better for her to stay. Kai Bai had been having a headache over this for many years. He would wait and see how the changes in Yuan Xianxia would develop. Did the Yuan family have a suitable candidate? Wu Jiang passed through one region after another. These regions all had strong factions, but no one dared to stop Wu Jiang. Before Yuan Qi even attacked, the strength beast tore apart the three-headed death beast. It was too shocking. However, everyone knew that Wu Jiang would not have an easy time. At least the 10,000 beast border and god-governing mountain would not let Yuan Qi off. They were all waiting for a chance to kill him. On this day, Wu Jiang arrived at the Kai region. Everyone thought that it would be the same as before. Wu Jiang would slowly pass through the Kai region. However, Wu Jiang turned and headed towards the Kai family. Countless gazes following Wu Jiang changed. The Kai family. What did Yuan Xianxia have to do with the Kai family? At the Kai family, Kai Bai suddenly stood up and looked into the distance in shock. How could this be? Why was Wu Jiang heading towards the Kai family? He also thought that Wu Jiang would pass through the Kai region and did not care. However, he did not expect Wu Jiang to turn around. The Kai region was huge. Each of the 36 regions was huge. The Kai family was located at the back of the middle of the Kai region. After passing through the Kai family was the entrance to a parallel universe. It was because of that parallel universe that the Kai region developed. The Kai family was not only the leader of the Kai region, they were also the leader of that parallel universe. When Wu Jiang arrived at the Kai family, a huge shadow covered the mountain range. All the cultivators of the Kai family walked out and looked up in shock. All they saw was the bottom of the ship. In the depths of the Kai family, Kai Sandao's eyes flickered. Those people from the Tianyuan universe did not plan to let him go. They actually chased him all the way to the Kai region. On the other side, Kai Fei woke up from his stupor. He looked up at Wu Jiang and felt many terrifying auras. What happened? In a courtyard filled with white leaves, a pair of charming yet incomparably cold eyes opened. She stared upwards at Wu Jiang. Her gaze didn't waver, as if Wu Jiang didn't exist, even though she also sensed many terrifying auras. Kai Junhao and Kai Junyi looked up. Why would Yuan Xianxia come here? Kai Jun's shadow flashed again. Kai Junhao shook his head. Impossible, definitely impossible. Wu Jiang floated above the Kai family. Kai Jun looked down at the familiar Kai family and clenched his fists. His eyes were bloodshot. This day had finally arrived. He flew towards the spiritualized universe. He flew for a long time until he was in despair. He hated the Kai family all the time. He thought that he was going to die, but he didn't expect that he would be saved and that there would be a day where he could take revenge. He had waited for this day for a long time, but it had come very quickly. He had never dreamed that such a day would come. The Kai family was a colossus to him, but now it was beneath his feet. The Kai family was just the first, and there would be more to come. Let the spiritualized universe become lively. Kai Bai rose into the sky and appeared in front of Wu Jiang. He did not know what to do. Bow respectfully? No, Yuan Qi had clearly rebelled against the spiritualized universe and was provoking beyond heaven. The more respectful he was, the more the Kai family would be dealt with by beyond heaven. But if he was not respectful, he was afraid that Yuan Qi would slap him to death. Why had Wu Jiang come to the Kai family? What was going on? Even Ancestor Tri-Blade and Ancestor Kai Fei had not come out. Was Yuan Qi, the spirit ancestor, not courting death by facing Xianxia? Whether it was in the open or in the dark, countless eyes were focused on Kai Bai with different expressions. Although Kai Bai was the head of the Kai family, he had never received such attention in his entire life in the spiritualized universe. He took a deep breath and tried his best to appear neither servile nor overbearing. May I ask why Yuan Qi has come to the Kai family? There is no such thing as primordial mulberry sky here, only primordial first master. Wu Zhang's voice rang out and shook the entire Kai domain. It also shocked the cultivators who had followed Wu Jiang. No one had expected Yuan Qi to say such a thing. This was equivalent to stripping him of his position as Xianxia. Lu Yin sat there leisurely with a smile on his face. Some time had passed since Yuan Qi had provoked beyond heaven, but Yu Xianxia had not said anything. Lu Yin did not believe that no one had requested to strip Yuan Qi of his position, but Yu Xianxia was worried that the spiritualized universe would fall into chaos if the position was left vacant, so he had suppressed it. If you suppress it, then I will strip myself of my position. The joy of a game was to counter every move and occasionally predict the opponent's moves. Yuan Qi's words had pushed Yu Xianxia down a cliff, and he had stripped him of his position. If Yu Xianxia did not say anything, then what would others think? With the border incident, more and more people in the spiritualized universe would become dissatisfied with Yu Xianxia. This was a game between Lu Yin and Yu Xianxia, but Kai Bai was in trouble. He did not know how to respond. When it came to Xianxia's position, it was not something that a mere family head like him could intervene. He had never wanted to participate in this matter, but he had somehow become the center of attention. Yuan Qi walked to the bow of Wu Zhang's ship and looked at Kai Bai. Kai Bai saw Yuan Qi walk out and felt that it was inappropriate to bow. This person had provoked beyond heaven, and if he did not bow, then he was afraid that Yuan Qi would slap him to death. He could only stand there and pray that Yuan Qi had walked out. You are the head of the Kai family? Yuan Qi slowly asked. Kai Bai tried his best to be neither servile nor overbearing, but he could not hide the respect and fear in his voice. I am Kai Bai. May I ask what Senior Yuan Qi wants to teach me? Yuan Qi waved a hand and Kai Jun exhaled and suppressed his excitement. He slowly walked forward and stood beside Yuan Qi. The Kai family's scenery was beautiful from this angle. Chapter 34. Yuan Qi had already given up on the spiritualized universe, and his actions could not be tolerated by the spiritualized universe. Even if he could explain himself, Yu Xianxia would definitely find a chance to get rid of him because he knew about the spiritualized universe. He might not even give him a chance to explain himself. His only way out was to survive in front of Lu Yin, and he would do whatever Lu Yin wanted him to do. Do you know this young man? Kai Jun looked at Kai Bai, his eyes filled with killing intent. Kai Bai looked at Kai Jun and his pupils shrank. Kai Jun. At the same time, Kai Juanhao and Kai Junyi saw Kai Jun at the bow of Boundless ship and turned pale. How was this possible? Why was Kai Jun still alive? Why was he above Boundless and related to Yuan Qi's Xianxia? Kai Juanhao was stunned and his mind was in chaos. His bad guess had actually come true. Boundless had come because of Kai Jun, but why? A mere disciple of a branch family of the Kai family, an ant that should have died at the hands of Yuan Qi, was actually related to Xianxia and attracted Boundless. Why? What did he have? No one could answer Kai Juanhao's question, and this was what Kai Bai wanted to ask the most. What did he have? How could a mere Kai Jun attract Boundless? He looked at Yuan Qi. Senior, why is Kai Jun in Boundless? Yuan Qi clasped his hands behind his back and did not speak. Kai Jun gritted his teeth and stared at Kai Bai. Master, long time no see. Kai Bai and Kai Jun looked at each other and saw the killing intent in Kai Jun's eyes. Kai Bai's mind raced and his expression changed to one of concern and doubt. How? And her returned a long time ago. Little Jun, why didn't you come back with them? Why are you still in Boundless? What happened? Looking at Kai Bai's feigned expression of concern, Kai Jun laughed. He laughed heartily and his laughter was filled with ridicule. Kai Bai's fingers twitched and he wanted to kill Kai Jun, but he could only pretend. Little Jun, what happened? Why are you laughing? Kai Jun laughed. Master, your hypocrisy is so disgusting that I want to vomit. Kai Bai did not understand. Little Jun, what do you mean? What happened? Is there a misunderstanding? Kai Jun sneered. Don't tell me you don't know what your precious son did. He conspired to steal my parents' belongings and looked down on my branch family. He has always been using me. When my parents died in battle in the consciousness universe, Kai Juanhao joined forces with Kai Junyi to leave me behind to fend for myself. Kai Bai, you raised a good son and daughter. Kai Bai was furious. So there is such a thing. Little Jun, don't worry, the Kai family will not tolerate such a thing. If it really happens, I will personally kill them to correct the family's reputation. You would kill your own son and daughter for me, a branch family member? The genius mocked. Kai Bai gritted his teeth. It's not for you, it's for my Kai family's reputation. My Kai family will never allow this kind of thing to happen. He lowered his head and said, Little June, come with me. I will definitely give you an explanation. No need. Yuan Qi said coldly, they are above boundless. Kai Bai's face turned pale. How? And were on Wujiang. Wujiang Rain Observatory. Small raindrops fell on the limestone floor and also fell on Kai Junhao and Kai Junyi. They were clearly cultivators, but because of the rain they felt cold all over. They were standing in front of Lu Yin looking at him with deep fear. They did not know how they came up without a trace. The Kai family could not stop them. And the young man in front of them gave them a lot of pressure. Even if this pressure was just even old ancestor Three Knives did not give them any pressure. This pressure was unimaginable. Lu Yin looked at the two with interest but did not ask anything. The Kai family had to pay a price. If they did not do this, how could they think of Dayu Manor in their despair? Kai Bai suppressed his fear and said to Yuan Qi, since Hao and are in Wujiang, this matter needs to be confronted. He looked at Kai Jun. Little June, I will leave them to you. If they have harmed you, you don't have to be courteous. Just treat it as correcting the family's reputation. Kai Jun was disdainful. For the Kai family, Kai Bai directly threw his own children out. His heart was bleeding, but there was nothing he could do. In front of a colossus like Wujiang, the Kai family was too weak. So what if it was only Three Knives? A pet on Wujiang could tear apart Three Knives. Three Knives dared to fight for Xianxia's position and dared to challenge Yuan Qi. Three Knives could not compare. The White Soul list represented the future but not the present. Unless Three Knives broke through to the primordial realm, only then would he have the qualifications to negotiate with Wujiang. Kai Bai did not know that Kai Sandao was no less afraid than him because he had personally seen Wujiang massacre the border. Yi Sang-tian almost could not return. Yu Sang-tian did not personally make a move. There was a huge secret here. He was very clear, but he did not dare to think too much. Now that he saw Wujiang come for the younger generation's grievances, he wanted nothing more than to slaughter Kai Bai's family and force Wujiang to leave. I heard that the Kai family has Kai Sandao, who is ranked 9th on the White Soul list. Tell him to come out. Lu Yin's voice came out of Wujiang. Kai Bai subconsciously looked into the depths of Wujiang, but he could not see anyone. The voice was very young, but it had an inexplicable majesty that made him apprehensive. Who could it be? Yuan Qi looked up at the Kai family and shouted, Kai Sandao, come out. In the surroundings, the cultivators both in the open and in the dark rejoiced in their misfortune. Kai Sandao was unlucky. In the past few years, the Kai family had relied on him to monopolize the Kai domain, which made many people jealous. Once he broke through to the primordial realm, the Kai family's status would be different again. Now that he had been targeted by Wujiang, he was truly unlucky. Kai Bai relaxed. Old ancestor Kai Sandao had come out, so he did not need to support this matter anymore. Above Wujiang, Kai Junhao and Kai Junyi's legs went soft. Old ancestor Kai Sandao was an unreachable existence. Even in the entire spiritualized universe, he was a peak existence. Sang Tian had treated him with respect, but this young man had directly asked him to come out. Just who was this person? Was he Yuan Qi's disciple? No, a younger generation? They became even more terrified. Below the Kai domain, Kai Sandao's heart sank. It was not only because of the younger generation but also because Wujiang was looking for him. Yes, he was definitely looking for trouble. Wujiang had massacred the border, but he had escaped. Aside from him, only Yi Sang-tian had escaped. Wujiang did not plan on letting anyone go. No, he could not meet Wujiang. Kai Sandao gritted his teeth, raised his hand and tore through the void to escape. Above Wujiang, Lu Yin's eyes widened. The starry sky around his heart was instantly enveloped, shaking the void. Just as Kai Sandao was about to leave through the void, he was blasted out by the shaking force. This force seemed to have changed the entire starry sky, and he saw stars that did not belong to the Kai domain change. He saw a strange constellation, and it was as if he had seen a young man with a pair of eyes. Lu Yin stared down. So it's you. Get out here. As soon as he spoke, the ground of the Kai domain shook and cracked open. Kai Sandao was blasted out from below by a terrifying force. Lu Yin did not know who Kai Sandao was, but when the man tried to escape, Lu Yin immediately noticed him. It was only then that he realized that Kai Sandao was one of the cultivators who had escaped from Wujiang's border. Only 2 people had been involved in the spiritualized universe's border battle. One was the president and the other was this person. No wonder he had wanted to escape. This person had thought that Wujiang was looking for trouble. Kai Sandao rushed out from the ground and looked up at Wujiang. His eyes were filled with shock, but he could not resist. Wujiang was too strong and Yuanqi was just on the surface. During the border battle, Yuanqi had not even made a move. The ones who had massacred the border were the people from the Tianyuan universe. He had no chance to resist at all. In the surroundings, countless gazes fell on Kai Sandao. They did not understand why he had suddenly fought with Wujiang. It seemed that he had been defeated and did not even manage to escape. Xianxia de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Pi. I only have 3 strikes. Sight. Not a sound could be heard. The stars were bright and clear. Everything was like nothingness. It was also like a mirror that shattered in an instant. In the sky above the domain, only 3 blades turned into nothingness. It was right in front of Limitless, right under Lu Yin's nose. Lu Yin suddenly stood up and looked up at the sky. Within Boundless, the ancestor walked out, his expression grave. Xianxia had made his move. Chu Yi, Su Wangtan, Desolate God and the other experts all looked at the starry sky. In that instant they felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. That moment of fear came from Xianxia. Xianxia actually made a move. He didn't deal with Wujiang but only Sandao. It was obvious that Sandao's words were not tolerated by Xianxia. Lu Yin looked at the starry sky for a while and slowly sat down. Xianxia's strength was deeply felt every time he got close to him. However, if Xianxia had directly attacked Wujiang, it would not have been so easy. The ancestor's test would not have been so easily passed. However, Sandao's death was too unjust. Lu Yin had not come for him. Lu Yin and the others knew that Sandao had died at Xianxia's hands, but the others did not. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators watching Wujiang or the Kai family, none of them knew that Xianxia had made a move. They only thought that Wujiang was unhappy with Sandao and wanted to escape. This scene shocked everyone once again. Sandao, 9th on the White Soul list, a future spirit prime powerhouse, had been killed without a trace. It was as if he had never existed. Ruthless, too ruthless. He did not even let Sandao finish his words. Kai San trembled. Kill just like that? What was the Kai family to Wujiang? How could he just kill without any hesitation? Just for a junior? Kai Jun did not expect Sandao to die just like that. He had thought of taking revenge on the Kai family, but that was only limited to Kai San. He did not dare to think of going any further. Now Lu Yin's gaze appeared in his mind again. He felt that gaze was high and mighty, looking down on everything as if they were ants. Sandao was not the only Kai family member, but he was the most famous. After Sandao's death, Kai Fei could no longer hide and hurriedly appeared. Kai Fei of the Kai family greets Yuanqi Sr. Yuanqi was also shocked by Sandao's death. He knew that it was Xianxia, not Wujiang. Xianxia's aura was even more unfathomable than before. Kai Jun's matter is my family's fault for not being strict enough. We are willing to give Wujiang an explanation. It's the Dayu villa, Yuanqi said. The more unfathomable Xianxia was, the more he had to follow Lu Yin. Otherwise he would not even know how he died. He looked at Kai Fei solemnly and his voice rang out. Kai Jun is a member of the Dayu villa. We cannot be bullied by others, do you understand?